Well, a very good morning and welcome to day 2 of competition at the Tokyo Grand Slam 2016, the last International Judo Federation event on the IJF Tour for this year. And if yesterday is anything to go by, then we should have another super day of competition on day 2. We've got 4 weight categories to bring to you today. Let's start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in each of those weight categories, and we'll start with the men in the under 73 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Hashimoto Soichi of Japan, the 2016 World Masters champion. He's the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is Musa Magushkov of Russia. The number 3 seed is Dirk van Tichel, the Olympic bronze medalist from Rio, the Belgian. And the number 4 seed is Tommy Macias of Sweden. An interesting competitor in the under 73 kilo category is the unseeded Nakaya Riki of Japan, the double world champion. He won the world championships in 2014 and back in 2011. It just so happens that he is unseeded here. In the under 81 kilo category, the number 1 seed is the current world champion, Nagase Takanori of Japan, 3rd at the Olympic Games in Rio. The number 2 seed is Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria. The number 3 seed is Nyamsurin Dagvasurin of Mongolia. And the number 4 seed is Aslan Lapinigov of Russia. Okay, let's take a look at the women's weight category then, the under 63 kilo category. We're privileged and lucky to have the current world, European and Olympic champion and the world number 1, Tina Tursteniak, all wrapped up in that one package there. What a package that is. I think it's going to be difficult to beat. Number 2 seed is Catherine Unterwertsacher of Austria. The number 3 seed is Katharina Hecker of Australia. And the number 4 seed is Mia Hermansson of Sweden. In the under 70 kilo category, well, we're unlucky not to have the current Olympic champion, Tachimoto Haruka of Japan. She's not taking part, unfortunately. We do, however, have Arai Shizuru of Japan, the 23-year-old, and she has won this tournament twice. The current Grand Slam champion, current Tokyo Grand Slam champion. She won this back in 2013 as well. Number 2 seed is Kim Seong-yeon of the Republic of Korea. The number 3 seed is Marie-Yves Gahi of France, and the number 4 seed is Fanny Estelle Posvit of France. Look out too for Elvismar Rodriguez of Venezuela in this weight category. We're going to start by taking a look at the first of the contests in the under 63 kilo category, and the opening contest on mat number 2 is Vivian Hermann of Germany. She faces Lo Qing Ting of China. It'll be Hermann in the white judogi, Lo in blue. The 2 fighters are just making their way to the mat now. And just before we see Vivian Hermann, we're actually going to see another German fighter walking past in the background. She's making her way down to mat number 3. That's her teammate, Lea Puschel of Germany. She's going to face Anka Pogacnik of Slovenia down on mat number 3 if you wanted to watch one of the other Germans. But we're going to stick with Vivian Hermann. It'll be Hermann in the white judogi and Lu in the blue judogi. I sat with them on the bus yesterday morning when they were coming in, the pair of them, Lea Puschel and Vivian Hermann. It was the job of Anna Maria Wagner to warm up Vivian Hermann this morning, a couple of weights heavier. Anna Maria Wagner, a good deal taller, but it was her job to do the warm-up for the German fighter this morning. Anyway, we're underway now. Uchimata right-sided. A little stab there from Vivian Hermann. Vivian Hermann looks a little bit different without her trademark glasses. She wears some black rimmed glasses that are pretty sharp and fashionable, I think might be the right word. Makes her face look a little bit different, and she just looks that little bit, not strange, but slightly different when she's without them. It's a fashionista then, Vivian Hermann. Well, no score as yet. Both fighters have taken little slaps to the face accidentally. Lu Qianting got a bit of a whack earlier on from Vivian Hermann, and then kind of gave it back after a couple of minutes. Well, they've settled down now. Who's that in the background behind our referee, Everardo Garcia? I think it's it looks like the new Korean coach in the last of the seats up there. So they're asking them to sit down anyway, so it's Jung Da-woon being asked to take a seat, just walking in the background there. Single Shido picked up by Lu of China. Try and find out what happened to Lea Pushel. She's finished her contest. Down on mat number 3. I didn't see how that ended up. See if we can just refresh our sheets here. Thank you to Elisabetta Frattini. Thank you very much. She's got a message for me, so what is it that Ellie's got to say?
Hello.
No, seriously, what is it what have you got to say? It's possible, yeah. We've got this running question about the number of teams who have had 4 players win. This is an interesting one, even for Ellie. 4 players win a medal. They took all the medals. I've got one where it was 5, and it was an IJF event. No, 4 medals and a 5th place. I even caught Mr. Matthias with that one this morning because he said it's not possible. But it is. And it's not just from the same country, but representing the same country. Not like Kazakhstan and Mongolia where, you know, it's not a trick question. Huh? Masters, absolutely. Elisabetta Frattini, you can't kid her. No flyers on Ellie. At the Masters, the Japanese won all 4 medals and took a 5th place as well, where they could bring all the fighters. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I know. You could get that. You could get that. Vivian Hermann has also picked up a penalty, and thanks very much, Ellie, for the up-to-date contest order sheets. Elisabetta Frattini is the in our IT team. If you haven't guessed that by now, and there's everything to do with the ranking list and the order of fights and the general management of the competition. Although we do have an IJF competition manager, who's Dr. Lisa Rallen. Vivian Hermann has picked up a Yuko there as time expires. That single Yuko was enough. And Pushel, by the way, Lea Pushel lost out to Anka Pogacnik. So you win some, you lose some, and the Germans winning out here with Vivian Hermann, however, losing out in the under 70 kilo category with Anka Pogacnik of Slovenia defeating Lea Pushel. Pogacnik will face Fanny Estel Pozvit, by the way, in round 2. Vivian Hermann, well, I'm not quite sure who it is she'll face. Yes, I do know. Vivian Hermann, after winning that opening contest, will face Tina Tursteniak of Slovenia. Now that's a huge ask for a young German. Right, we're going to stay here on mat 2. The second contest in round number 1. Stephanie Tremblay of Canada faces Janka Posko-Alino. Tremblay in the white judogi, Posko-Alino in blue. I haven't seen Janka Posko-Alino of Brazil before. There's a first look at the under 63 kilos later then. There's quite a bit of jumping around that you can do if you want. We've got 3 mats for you to choose from. We're going to stick around on mat number 2 for a while. We've got Minhei Mio of Japan coming up next against Magdalena Krasakova of Austria, and then we'll follow that with Diana Gigaros of Russia. She faces Kiyomi Watanabe of the Philippines. That was nicely done by Tremblay. Good, strong, left-sided effort there. Throw in Posko-Alino for Wazari, which was already called Mate, so there won't be Arasai Komi. Brazilian with a bit of work to do here. Wazari down. This time, Tremblay looking to go over on the right side there. Slightly tired looking effort. Blocked by the Brazilian, and well, to me that's the wrong penalty. She made an attack there on the right side, so you could have given her a false attack. Or if that was an attack, then he couldn't have stopped it to call for passivity. That's bizarre. Really bizarre. And now Posko-Alino comes up with her own score. If Gigaros is going to go over with that right arm, she's got to be quick into the attack. This is a good opening round contest for Gigaros. She needs to have a few fights under her belt before she really gets going, and Watanabe is probably a good opening contest. That was, again, not in a good position. A better, more experienced opponent would have taken advantage of that slip from Gigaros there, so she's got to be careful. She's been dealt a reasonable draw here. He doesn't want to mess it up by committing any unforced errors. Well, if she goes over there again without an attack, then the referee's going to have no option but to penalise her. Watanabe saved Gigaros there by going to ground. But once that arm goes over, it's an immediate attack. And for me, she's not attacking right away. Yeah, it's not rocket science, is it? Well, she gets penalised for a slightly different infringement, but again, it's one where she's brought it on herself. A single Shido against Gigaros. I'm not sure what it is that she's thinking of here. Maybe they've got some kind of tactic that they've come up with for combating Watanabe, where Gigaros goes over onto one side with both hands. It's not working out, because we're halfway through the contest. Gigaros has looked, rather ineffective. Well, maybe it's a time for a change of plan. Watanabe is just that much busier than Gigaros at the moment. And she's off the pace here, the Russian. Needs to rethink the tactics, I'm afraid. She's chasing the contest for me, and really not even chasing it that hard. You're just behind the action. Needs to catch up with the tempo of this contest, or else this is going to get away from her. Always second to the attack, and there's a little over a minute left to go. It's the first time that she's tried something a little bit different, and that came as an instruction from the coach as well. Got to start thinking for herself when she's out there. At this kind of level, Grand Slam level, you need some guidance from the coach. But he can't fight the fight for you. A little over half a minute left. She was threatened with that before. Why didn't she threaten her with that before? First time that she's really looked as though she can throw her. And it was a technique that she'd only tried once in the contest before, and now Watanabe here is going to steal this. Six seconds is not long enough. for Maki Komi. Disappointment for Diana Gigaros, or Diana maybe. Just didn't work out. Whatever that first tactic was that they employed, it wasted 2.5 minutes. As a result, it left Gigaros trailing. She's a far, far better fighter than we've seen there. I think she's got to take some of the responsibility for herself. She can't sit there and wait to get instructions from the coach, which is what it looked like to me. Change of plan needed for Gigaros, and if there isn't, then I don't think we're going to be seeing a great deal more of her on the international circuit, because the Russians have got plenty of people waiting in the background to try and develop into that kind of, into that weight category. Nobody owns that yet. Ekaterina Valkova maybe. She would be my pick, but she's not here. So Gigaros missed out on an opportunity there to put on a bit of a performance. Right, who have we got coming up next then? Staying in the under 63 kilo category, why not? Munkbat Davsuren of Mongolia faces Tsugane Megumi of Japan. It's Munkbat in the white judogi, Tsugane in blue. Tsugane on the board almost immediately with that Wazari. Fighters of a fairly similar stature here. Hardly anything in it height-wise. I suppose maybe that may be just a centimetre or a couple of centimetres taller, but not a great deal. "26 fighters in this weight category. Nice group. And as I said at the beginning, the world number one, the current European, world and Olympic champion, Tina Tursteniak, heading this group here as the number one seed. No doubt about who's going to be the number one seed here. All eyes will be on Tina today. Had a few eyes on Fabio Basile yesterday, but that didn't last long. She hasn't won this event before. Well, I can't remember winning it before anyway. Tursteniak. Silver maybe comes to mind. Last year, maybe Martina Traidos, I think it was, that beat her last year. Yeah. Tsugane still leads by Wazari scored quite early on. There's a little over a minute left to go. That finishes it off now. But being thrown twice there by Tsugane. Two Japanese through now. To the second round. Mine Miho overcame Krasakova of Austria, now Tsugane. Right, Nadia Basinski of Germany now faces Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard of Canada. It's Beauchemin-Pinard who's moved up from 57 to 63. My feeling is this is going to prove too big a task for Beauchemin-Pinard. He'd have to be so happy about the weight change. And it would have had to have taken so much out of her at 57 for her to really make an impact at this weight. We shall see. It's Basinski in the white judogi, Beauchemin-Pinard in blue. Maybe the right time for Basinski. Well, this happened yesterday. With a few changes of direction. It's difficult once you've decided that is a counter. With Basinski having landed flat on her back, there wasn't very little that the referee could do. He had to give Ippon if he decided that Beauchemin-Pinard had countered Basinski. My feeling was Basinski was part way on the way to pulling Beauchemin-Pinard into Newaza. At the same time, however, she was being countered, and it was that the referee saw, and that was why he gave the Ippon. Okay, what have we got coming up now? Still in the under 63 kilo category. Noichi Aimi of Japan faces Orapin Senatam of Thailand. It's Noichi in the white judogi, Senatam in blue. No score as yet. This doesn't say that. Noichi attempts that Arai Komi. Senatham was lucky to avoid getting caught there. a little bit ambitious there from Senator. I'm thinking about the Yoko Otoshi. Never really materialized. Well, Nouchi coming up with the Uchimata there and finishing off Ippon. Right, coming up next, Su Chang of China faces Han Hee-ju of the Republic of Korea. It's Su in the white judogi, Han in blue. Just the single Shido against Su. Could be. That'll be the only thing in it. And Lee Ju standing up nice and strong at the moment. Vladimir Nitko, the referee, looked almost apologetic there. The Korean coach is unhappy with the result of the Yuko, but they're not going to change it now. Well, Yuko it is. And Su Chang, right at the death, takes that from Han Hee-ju. Right, we've got... I thought we were going to have one more contest in the under 63 kilo category. It must have been on another map then. Okay, because we've got the under 73 kilo category. Round one of the under 73 kilo category starting here on map 2. But I think there's a contest that we want to watch on map number 1. So, let's go down to map number 1, because the contest that is just finishing off there is Muso Sobirov of Uzbekistan. He's just defeated Keisei Nakano of the Philippines. That's Sobirov taking his leave now. But the contest coming up is An Ju-sung of the Republic of Korea. He faces Doi Takeshi of Japan. It'll be An in the white judogi, Doi in blue. And the reason that I want to have a look at this one is that the Korean about to come to the mat, that's Doi Takeshi, university student from Tenri, I think he is. His opponent, An, is the young son of the former world and Olympic champion, An Byung-kun of the Republic of Korea. And in the chair is his cousin, An, who himself was a highly accomplished fighter for the Republic of Korea. So it's a real judo family. Picking up a penalty there. It's a real judo family. Yeah, Mr. An up in the stands. He said he was going to be calm, but I suppose he can't. He can't keep himself out of it. This time it's, well, both fighters penalised there. In the chair is An Jong-hwan. Bronze medalist at the World Championships in 2009. I remember that in Rotterdam. One of the nicest fighters around on the circuit, and he's been coaching for a while. He was coaching in Spain during the last cycle, but he's back in Korea now, and he's in the chair for his cousin, oddly enough. Good card player. is An Jong-hwan. Two penalties picked up by the Korean. Oh, chance for the Shimiwaza here. Oh, just slipped the noose. That was close. Well, there's still time for something to develop here. A little bit tentative. Last couple of attacks just opening up a bit. Doi Takeshi just with the advantage, having picked up only one penalty and An two. A little bit of a desperate lunge from the Japanese there, a little bit too far away to really threaten the Korean. Minute 20 odd left to go. Just beginning to bubble up now, isn't it? Another attack from right-sided low down, and then a little bit of a lunge there, trying to get the right leg behind Doi Takeshi's left. A little bit of a Yoko Sutemiwaza feel to that attempt. He just forced him into that passivity penalty, hasn't he? Just stepped up the pace a little bit, very much like the Koreans, to get the timing right. Think of An Bao and An Chang Rim. They're a lot like that. They, by the way, are not related to An, who's in the chair. Just happen to have the same name, but this one is. A slightly different spelling, but he assures me that they are cousins. And his dad is sitting up a few seats behind me in the spectator stand. You can hear him probably in the background shouting out instructions with 30 seconds left to go. Imagine that. You've got your dad in the stands, and he was the world and Olympic champion. He's up out of his chair. He said he wasn't going to get excited, but he obviously is. He was an international referee as well after his career, on the mat. As a fighter, he stayed on the mat, but this time as a referee. Right, we're going to have some golden score. They were both tiring towards the end there, not surprisingly. 5 minutes of a tough battle. Just picked up that Shido towards the end of the contest. With Doi Takeshi. It forced the contest into golden score. Wonder how much Jun Sung has got left in the tank here. Vladimir Vostrikov, the referee, just making sure that his belt was tied up.
Yeah.
Tomoe-nage effort from Doi Takeshi, doesn't come off. And it's important that Ahn doesn't get tricked with his own trick, because Doi Takeshi's just stepping up the tempo here a little bit. Can't get left behind here, doesn't want to lose this on a passivity penalty. No. It wasn't one thing or the other there. It wasn't off to the right and it wasn't off to the left. He caught in two minds there and ended up just going backwards. Just a little over a minute of golden score so far. Nicely balanced contest here. Nice grip from Ahn. Almost got himself into a position to attack, and then it was Doi Takeshi who came up with the attack, but no score. So we'll continue. Minute 20 odd gone. Yeah, nice and strong. No complaints with that one. Doi Takeshi having to block that left-sided low Ippon Seoinage effort from Ahn. Tension building here as both fighters realise that a single slip will put them out, whilst at the same time trying to find that single score that will give them the contest. But that was a tired looking effort from the Japanese, wasn't it? Time to give everything to this next attack. Well, wasn't bad. Managed to get the right leg stretched out there. Both hands on that left arm. Really finely balanced there. Trying to go for the reverse Seoinage, looking for any possible opening. Now's the time to put in a big attack. Put one in here, you could steal it. No. Got to be committed, especially at this stage. Any mistake could bring up a false attack. So easy to stand there and talk about put in an attack and do this and do that, but by this time, 8 minutes odd, you're absolutely blowing. Very, very little energy left, and I think they're going to give it to Doi Takeshi. He was the fighter who came up with the last couple of attacks, and unfortunately Ahn Jun Sung is going to lose out here. It was very, very close, but time to call it a day. And this one is going to go to the Japanese Doi Takeshi. Well, his dad, did say it was going to be about experience. That was quite an experience, wasn't it? 8 minutes odd. Golden score. Very, very tough way to go out. But good experience. Doi Takeshi of Japan goes through to round number 2. Well, we're going to stay on mat number 1. Why not? Still round 1 of the under 73 kilo category. And on the mat now we've got, let's have a look and see who we've got here. Bolbata Bayanduren of Mongolia faces Chuang Shangqin of Chinese Taipei. It's Bolbata in the white judogi, Chuang in blue. There you go. We've got round 2 of the under 70 kilo category beginning now down on mat number 3 if you're interested in that. Just click on 3 and you'll go down to see the under 70 kilo category round 2. We're going to stay here, however, on mat number 1 because coming up after this contest between Bolbata and Chuang, we've got Barbosa and Nakaya. Nakaya Riki, former double world champion and unseeded here this year in the Tokyo Grand Slam. So we'll stick around and have a look at him. Score waved off. Oh, after 3 minutes? Well, after 2 minutes, beg your pardon. We've got 3 minutes left to go. There's no score between Bolbata and Chuang. Single Yuko, the lead for Chuang. Bolbatár with a bit of work to do here. Well, he hasn't gotten away from Bolbatár, but time's running out. Just beginning to sense the tension in his judo as he tries to step things up. It was really desperate, wasn't it? Shape to take him over on the left side, and he moved his body off to the right, so that was never going to work. Whereas that one was almost a carbon copy, except that he got the direction all right. Chuang, he comes up with a second score. So bad news for Bolbatár here, as Chuang puts a second score on the board with 20 odd seconds left to go, and a tired looking Mongolian with head down, body bent over, and Chuang just moving around, pulling his opponent about a bit, and just not showboating, but just doing enough to keep himself busy. He picks up a penalty for an overly defensive posture, and then he goes to ground, and Bolbatár follows him there, so there's no chance for the referee to give a penalty. But the two scores by Chuang the two scores are enough to take him through to round 2. Shocker there for Bolbatár. He goes out in the first round. 2 Mongolians in this weight. Batsetsich Batgerel and here Bolbatár, but there's only one now. Chuang will face Dirk van Tichelt of Belgium in round 2. Coming up next, Eduardo Barbosa of Brazil will face Nakaya Riki of Japan. It'll be Barbosa in the white judogi, Nakaya in blue. I wonder what kind of mood Nakaya Riki is in today. Barbosa is going to find himself with a real handful any second now. Comes out strong. He's backing Nakaya up there. Terrific throwing skills as Nakaya Riki. Well, Barbosa and Nakaya are going to continue on mat number 1, but we've got the current Olympic champion about to take to mat number 2. So let's go to mat number 2. It's round 2 in the under 63 kilo category, the first of the second round contests. And this features Tina Trsteniak of Slovenia. She's up against Vivian Herrmann of Germany. It's Trsteniak in the white judogi, Herrmann in blue. And what a job Vivian Herrmann has got on her hands. World number 1, European, world and Olympic champion in white, Vivian Herrmann in blue. Doesn't get much tougher than that, does it? Left-sided effort from Trsteniak. She's had to dispense with the red back patch. I wonder if they can have another back patch for world and Olympic champions. Mr. Matthias, what do you think? We have a gold back patch for Olympic champions and a red back patch for world champions. What about if you are both? Vivian Herrmann is looking for some medical here, just to get tidied up. Shouldn't be too long. She's just wiping that up herself, and then she'll be back on the mat. But it's, you know, it's an idea, isn't it? Blue is the normal one. Vivian Herrmann runs back to her spot now. Red for world champions, gold for Olympics. They put a Yuko for that left-sided effort from Trsteniak. So she's on the board. Ochigari, a little tap there. Herrmann stands up nice and strong. Doesn't get caught. There's a chance on the ground now for Trsteniak. Just turns the top half of the body. That leg is trapped there, but Trsteniak is a little bit too strong. Offside, Komi. Just the top half now to tidy up. Now she goes down to the bottom half. There's a Kamisho Gatami that Vivian Herrmann's been able to slip out of. Now Sangaku. The change, and that is it. Well, again, well done, Vivian Herrmann. Twice she's escaped the grasp of Tina Trsteniak on the ground. Well done to the German. Wasn't quite tight enough from Trsteniak. Gonna have another look at that. Now she stopped the bleeding, but Herrera Garcia, the referee, needs to just wipe up a little bit of blood that's come onto the tatami. Also gives Vivian Herrmann a chance to catch her breath. Been pretty hectic. This minute and a half. Okay, we're back underway. Trsteniak leads by Yuko with a little over 2.5 minutes left to go. Nothing if brave or nice effort there. Tani Otoshi from Trsteniak. Herrmann managing to turn off that as well. Good defense. She's got good standing up, good defense on the ground. She's only given up a Yuko. But Trsteniak, to be honest, is all over her. Really putting on the pressure here. Fabian Marian giving some instructions. Sangaku entry anyway with the legs. But Garcia decides he's not going anywhere and he calls mate. Minute 40 odd left to go. Herman is trying to keep Tersteniak off because she knows that as soon as Tersteniak gets her hands on, she likes to attack. So trying to make sure that she avoids giving up that first grip. Single Yuko is the lead for Tersteniak at the moment with a minute 15 left to go. Hang in there, Vivian Herman. It's a good effort. We're up against the best in the world at the moment. Herman picks up a penalty for passivity, unsurprising given the tempo of the contest and having to just keep Tersteniak off. That's really what has been the pattern of the contest so far. Akikomi chance here for Vivian Herman. Oh dear. Fallen into that Osaikomi. He could call this. Ah. Surprised he didn't let that go for a little bit longer. Oh well. He's a man who knows what he's doing. I'm just guessing here. 40 odd seconds left to go. And here's another little bit of wiping out. What a battler Vivian Herman is proving to be. Not for her effort though from the German. We've got 40 seconds left to go. Tersteniak has had a really good run out. Never looked in any trouble. And I'd have thought that this is exactly the kind of contest that she would have looked forward to and relished. A little bit of a test. Yeah. Tersteniak will just avoid gripping up now, having spent most of the contest looking for a grip. Now she knows with that Yuko on the board, and that's enough to take her past Vivian Herman, and she's into the quarter-final. Well, it was always going to be a really tough first round task for Vivian Herman. Just proved that little bit too much for the German. Right, coming up next, Janka Pascualino of Brazil faces Mine Mio of Japan. It's Pasco Alino in white and Mine in blue. Pasqualino had a first round win against Stephanie Tremblay of Canada. Came close to losing that one as well. Trailed by Wazari for a while before leveling things and then winning by the narrowest of margins when Tremblay picked up Shido for passivity, and that was the difference between the two at the end. This time around it's Mine who's got the Shido. Pasqualino could be a bit of a dark horse here. Keeps this up. Well, Mine Mio it is who makes a nice comeback there, throwing Pasqualino for Ippon. Down on mat number 3, Elvismar Rodriguez faces Emilie Suk of Denmark. Let's go down to mat number 3 and take a look at Elvismar, the fast improving young Venezuelan. See how she gets on against Emilie Suk of Denmark. No problems with the newaza from Rodriguez. Nice turnover, just didn't have the head nice and tight. You need to trap that leg almost behind the bend of the knee. If you can get it that high up, make that gap in there nice and small. She's gone in there again for the Sangaku. See where the left foot is, it's down by the ankle. You really want that a lot higher up. The bigger that triangle is, you make a triangle out of the shape in there into which the head fits as well. It's not why they call it the triangle, but there is a triangle there. And if that is too big, if that gap is too big, then the head slips out. The higher up the leg that foot goes, the smaller the space is in the head, and That's what puts a squeeze on, and she hasn't been able to do that. Just demonstrating to Neil here. I think he's seen it a million times. It's the kind of thing that you demonstrate to say, I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, so Rodriguez working away. Hasn't come up with a score yet, but she's looked the most positive out of the two. Emily Suk. I'm not saying that she's out of her class by any means, not at all. It's just that Rodriguez is working away nicely here, especially on the ground. She's looked really competent in Neerwazand. I just feel that the longer it goes on, the sooner it is before Rodriguez catches Emily Suk. I like Emily Suk. There's not a lot of fighters out of Denmark. It's a really, really tiny sport there. She's done well to make it this far without being embarrassed. You see fighters and you think, oh dear, I'm not going to call any countries because then it's easy to identify them because there are so few. But here on the ground, when Rodriguez has been attacking, she's looked a little bit out of her depth, and that's against someone from Venezuela. That's another, not a big judo country. I don't know what would happen if she come up against one of the Japanese. Neil, hello, mate. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Absolutely, doing well. It's nice when you see some of the smaller countries winning matches out here, isn't it? We just saw the Australian just previously winning
she gave
a
that
match
a good
against
go,
Japanese.
didn't she?
Yeah, really, and nice to see him picking up. But always surprises me, and I was just talking to a couple of people offset here, and it always surprises me that they choose this one to send their athletes, and I mean the strength of the competition is immense, and of course very expensive getting here. I mean it's only the coach in me that's coming out, I have to say.
You haven't read that article on the European Judo Union website then about Fabio Basile? It's wrong place, wrong time.
Is that what it said?
yeah, wrong place, wrong time.
Well, yeah, I think it just absolutely was the wrong time. If you remember, yesterday we said that just asked the question as to how much time he had off after the Olympic Games, to enjoy his Olympic title. And then how much time, how many randa is. I was doing a little estimation yesterday. The guy that, number 4, wasn't it? It was the number 4 Japanese that beat him, held him down. Basile, the Olympic champion, in the first round. And I thought, how many randa has he done since the Olympic Games when Basile hasn't done a lot of randa is? And he's probably done approximately 60 to 70 a week, minimum. For the last 3 months.
In preparation for this.
In preparation
and
for this.
And the Kodokan Cup.
And he's been in competition at the
last
Kodokan
month.
Cup. Yeah.
So,
sharp. It's all about preparation, and that just tells you how important the preparation is. It's absolutely essential. And if you think that you're just going to walk into this and do the business, you're not. 2
penalties picked up by Emily Suk against, you have to say, a much more experienced fighter, although she's very, very young, in Elvismar Rodriguez. Because remember, Rodriguez has been rolled out at so many of the IJF events now in preparation for that trip to Rio that she took. So it's not as though she's, new at this. That's a reasonably experienced fighter there, despite the fact that she's quite young and she's been training very hard. So I think that's a good showing from...
I think every second that they're out there in the middle of that mat there, because that's one thing, isn't it, as well. Walking out there and getting out into the middle there to perform is one thing, and to stay out there for the full time, she did well.
We're going to stay on mat number 3, because this is round 2 of the under 81 kilo category. Aslan Lapinigov of Russia, there he is in the white judogi. He's going to face Kaisar Khan of Pakistan. He just looks a little bit too big for him. It's probably one of ours.
Yeah, Lapinnikov. Now, we talked about the depth, didn't we, of the Russians at under 81 kilograms.
He doesn't even come into it,
No,
does he?
absolutely.
4 or 5, I think he is.
4 or 5, and here
In
he is
Russia.
at the biggest tournament outside the Paris tournament and World Championships, Olympic Games. Just incredible.
And he's probably going to do the business here. You watch.
Well, I mean, this will take him into the quarter-final stages.
Yeah.
Great to have that depth, and just looking at the Japanese squad as well. Yesterday, of course, they had 4 gold medals, they had 4 silvers, 5 bronzes. That's depth, isn't it? That's just the first day of competition, 5 categories.
The Russians have got the Olympic champion in this weight category. So this is not even the backup to him. Lapinagov.
Oh, it is. It's just absolutely amazing. And they're putting different ones out all the time. And I heard on the grapevine that they've got almost 100 people here, the Russians, in Tokyo at the moment. Certain ones that are not in this tournament
Yeah, big
are all
training
in
group.
preparation.
I've seen them
Massive
here.
training group.
Yeah, I've seen them here. Ivan Vorobev is the other representative for Russia here, and I like him. He's a nice fighter. Murat Khabachirov I saw around, but he's not.
Oh, look at that one. Oh, great change of direction there. And an Ippon straight away. Just looking at that at the right time there. Great twitch. Had him going the opposite direction, and that was superb stuff from Lapinagov. Wow, talk about action-reaction. There it was. Got him going completely the wrong way, didn't he?
I see, and you get to see the reaction as well.
Well,
See,
yeah,
he really goes for it, doesn't he? He's sold completely that Lapinagov is coming across that side. He begins to react. The whole shape of his body changes.
Yes. Halfway through that, he was thinking, I wish I hadn't done that.
I may have gone earlier.
Brilliant stuff. And that was a real action-reaction technique there from the Russian. So that puts him into the quarter-final. He was hooked onto the arm there as he was coming up
That
as
would
well.
have been next, yeah. Right, Emmanuel Lucenti, who's been around, or it seems as though he's been around forever, faces Haruyama Yuki.
Yeah, very experienced Lucenti.
He always says that this is his last roll of the dice. You know, this is it now. I'm not going any further. And then you see him at the next tournament. He's an old school, hardened judoka.
Well, he's a real hard school, isn't he? And he is a real hard fighter. Very experienced and like lightning with his Seoinage, Lucenti.
Busted nose, bruised ears, busted fingers, taped feet, smelly gi, the whole thing.
How'd you know that?
He's just got that look about him. You know when that kick comes out, it's going to be used.
Well, we just saw Burholm there on mat 1, losing
out,
to Ono of Japan.
Walking off really gingerly.
Well, she's in a new weight category, isn't she? So still trying to establish. Not the easiest tournament to establish either.
Mat number 2, Catherine Unterwertsacher of Austria. The number 2 seed faces Catherine Boschemar-Pinard of Canada. Talking about fighters in new weight categories. The Canadian having gone up from 57 now to 63. Stephanie Tremblay won't be happy about that. Got real competition there now.
Yeah, just saying that, my daughter's just gone up to 70 kilograms in the British Championships this weekend, so she'll be fighting.
Where is that? Is that today?
It's in Sheffield, and it's today and tomorrow, and
fingers crossed.
So tomorrow she's fighting. Yeah.
No, she's got day off today, don't she?
Yeah. Good luck to Brooke.
Yes, we shall keep an eye and see what happens with Brooke Adams. There's no ippon.org from Sheffield, so he can't give you live results, but we'll see if we can tap into some of the results. I'm sure Stefan Newbury does something for the British Judo Association, and we can have a look at that. You'll be looking at it anyway, won't you?
Well, first year in cadet, so not expecting too much, but she's a fighter.
I love that. That say, not expecting too much.
Wow, take the pressure off.
No, she's going to go and smack him.
He's a fighter. Just like this man here, Lucenti, in white there, just trying to turn in for the Cianagi.
Tommy Macias is down on that number 1, by the way, in the under 73 kilo category.
Good. I like Macias.
Yeah, he's a danger man, isn't he?
Why don't we change?
We could do. Let's go down to mat number 1. It's the under 73 kilo category, round 2. Tommy Macias in the white judogi. He's up against Tatsukawa Arata of Japan. It's Macias in white, Tatsukawa in blue. There's no score as yet. Macias has picked up a single Shido, and there's 3:40 left to go. Here's Neil.
Well, I think the people watching this might wonder why we've just suddenly gone. And Macias is one of the young ones coming through that we have highlighted for future world honours. And I really mean that. I think he's got a lot of talent, this young Swede. And he broke the glass ceiling, didn't he, just a couple of weeks ago, and won a major tournament. And he is now absolutely pushing at the very highest level, and he's beaten 1 or 2 really good fighters in the Grand Prix tournament. I'm just trying to think whether it was Uzbekistan. Just been taken over there, though. Saying that, it's just gone for a Nippon, and that's a shame. Wow, Macias there, just really talking you up. And Tatsukawa of Japan takes him cleanly over. You'll have to wait for another day, Macias. So Macias just went for a big ippon there.
Yeah, thanks for that, Neil. That big up, mate. You know,
big massive up.
Just as well, he won the Grand Slam in Abu Dhabi, and he beat Rustam Orozhov in the final, Musa Magushkov in the semi-final, quarter-final, Sam van der Westender. You know, he was really.
Well, yeah,
these were
good
good
the
fighters.
Glass ceiling for sure, yeah, but got taken over here.
I've got good news for you and bad news. The bad news is that you've kind of jinxed Tommy. He's gone, but you didn't say anything about how good Brooke was going to be, so don't go there.
Not gonna go there. No, I'm not. I'm not going to put her under pressure.
Don't put her under pressure. Poor old Tommy. Right, Denis Iyatsev. We were talking about Russians and depth and stuff, and we've got Musa Magushkov here and Denis Iyatsev, both in the under 73 kilo category. Iyatsev is here in white. He faces Alex Pomba da Silva of Brazil in blue. And here's Neil again, who is not going to say anything.
Not going to say anything now
about either of these
I'm
two.
Finished. Well, Iyatsev, definitely. I'm not going to jinx him. He has great feet, great Ashiwaza, but Pomba Silva, good judoka as well. He's been on the Grand Prix Tour and the World Tour, should I say, and he's been on it all the second half. I think it was the second half of the preparation up to Brazil, up to Rio de Janeiro. But here he is now starting to establish, and here they are fighting at the very highest level. Iyatsev is used to it. He can pick a technique out of nowhere, Iyatsev.
Yeah, you're right about his footwork.
There it is! Beautiful, look at that. Here's a Guruma. Straight in for the Shimiwaza as well. And he's in trouble here, Pombo Silva. Well, he kind of pulls the Ashiwaza out of nowhere.
I've got the scoreboard on mat 2. Catherine Unterwert, so I've got full house there. 1-1-1. That's an unlucky number when you see that in cricket. They call that Nelson when you see that on the scoreboard. So
is that right?
Yeah, unlucky in cricket and unlucky for anyone in judo. Because
for one of them.
Well, by the time you get that, that's all over.
Well, this is all over as well here.
Yeah,
Iyatsev gets the ippon for that. I don't see that. Unless it was for the Shimiwaza. I'm wondering, have we been doing any...
Well, replays?
Replays?
Yeah, we have been when available. Yeah, we have.
It's a shame that we can't see that. I think that it was the transition as well. It definitely was an ippon for the Hizaguruma, but straight in there for the... And here we go for the other Russian in the under-73s.
Oh, that's Unterwärtssacher taking over Catherine Bertram-Pinard. We're back here now for, as they was about to say, for the second of the Russians. And I don't mean that in any kind of pecking order, but seeing as we've seen Denis Iyartsev first, we're going to see Musa Magushkov. Now it's Magushkov in the white judogi, Muso Sobirov of Uzbekistan in blue, a good old-fashioned Eastern Bloc matchup here, the Russian and the Uzbek.
Yeah, Magushkov has absolute moments of brilliance, he does, but sometimes he does go over the top as well. He makes mistakes. I always feel that he should do better, a little bit better than he does. Wins big tournaments, don't get me wrong, but sometimes it all goes away from him. There's a Kouchi, that's going to be a score. Yuko scored there to Magushkov. The Russians demonstrating good Ashiwaza. Soborov also a handful. He's on the world circuit at the moment, travelling around to the different events. And don't forget that a lot of these are trying to build their world ranking up. The higher their world ranking, the higher they are seeded into the next event, and that's basically what they're trying to do over the next 2 years. Next 2 years, of course, is all about getting as many points as you can, and then what happens is all the points are halved, and then it's a 2-year qualification right up to the Olympic Games. You might think it's a long way off now, but it's not. It goes very, very quickly. So Shido for Soborov. Means he's got to. He's just slightly off the pace here. Magushkov just beating him to the attack every time. Kouchi again, and he scores again. Another Yuko to Magushkov. Sticky foot this time. That foot just snaked in, never left the inside of his leg. Yukos up to Magushkov, and just good as she was as Kouchi both times. Well, Soborov looking to come around the back there for the Kosoto. He's got to be a little bit careful though, because it just works in nicely for Magushkov. Magushkov just doing enough here. Coming up to the 3-minute mark.
And if you heard in the background, those of you at home who could hear in the background, a little bit of a conversation going on. We had a visit, not a formal one, but a quick visit to say hello from Dr. Todd Laszlo from Hungary. He's the general treasurer of the European Judo Union, and he's from Hungary, and they are hosting the World Championships next year. So we will hear from him over the next few months in the lead up to those championships about the progress and the preparation. But we've seen what the Hungarians do with the Budapest Grand Prix. We know the stadium is absolutely fantastic. They held the Cadet World Championships.
I heard that they were absolutely amazing, yes.
Out of this world, absolutely fantastic. The Grand Prix there is terrific. As you know, it's a great venue. We walk from the hotel to, I hope they put us in that hotel. I really do.
Yeah, it makes it easy, doesn't it? It does.
It's a walk there, and it's a magnificent venue. And for those of you that have not been to a World Championships, if you're watching from Europe and you want a really good holiday, Budapest is an absolutely fantastic place to go.
It's one of the most beautiful cities, isn't it? And
the judo will be amazing.
Nice Wazari there from Magushkov. They just took him over. Yeah, it is. It's the most beautiful city, and it's kind of divided by the river, two of the parts of the city, Buda and Pest. And I remember having a beautiful trip down that river on a boat and having a meal on it as well. Beautiful. Recommended.
That's really romantic.
No, I wasn't really. I was with men at the time, so it didn't really do it for me. No.
Let's not get in any trouble here. Magushkov, Wazari on the board as well as the two Yukos. He's all over him, isn't he now?
Yeah, he's just plugging away, really is. He's got two Yukos from the Kouchi. Sumigaishi there that scored the Wazari, and he's just plugging away here. Soborov, a little bit of desperation. 27 seconds left to the contest, and he comes forwards now trying to take the fight to Mogushkov, but Mogushkov will just let the time run out. It'll put him through to the quarter-final stage. Looking for the Obutori Geishi turnover from his back, just wasting valuable seconds. Well, he can blow a little bit, can't he, Mogushkov? He gets a little bit nervous, I think. And I was just saying earlier that sometimes he has amazing performances, obviously, because of his world rankings and the events that he wins, but he sometimes loses matches that you would never think he was going to lose, which is strange.
Well, I didn't think he was going to lose this one, so he's lucky to escape unscathed there. Nice looking scoreboard for him as well. He's got 3 scores on. They're nice and comfortable. He's through to the quarter-final. I like him. I think he's a father of 4.
Is that right?
Magushkov, yeah.
I know that.
He's a fairly devout Muslim. So he says his wife is family orientated, he tells me. So,
and he is too.
Missing his children. What have we got coming up now? This is a really good draw for Doi Takeshi. We saw him in his opening round. He fought the Korean Ahn Jun-sung, the young Korean, the son of the former world and Olympic champion.
Just spoke to him now.
Yeah.
He said that he
His
likes
son.
arm locks and his son, and would I do some work with him?
Couldn't pick a better youngster. 73 kilos.
Yeah, 19 years of age. He said.
Yeah, get in there.
Yeah,
good one.
So he had a good match with him, apparently, didn't he?
He did. He went. They went to golden score as well. So it was a really 8 or 9 minutes the contest time.
Well, Commonwealth champion Jake Benstead is a Commonwealth medalist, isn't he? So, but I remember watching him at the Commonwealth Championship, thinking this is a boy that has got a little bit of talent.
No coach in the chair because the coach has already been ejected.
He's been removed. I saw that, and one or two not too happy about it either. With the performance there.
Yeah.
I think he was trying to referee as well from the stands. Well, Benstead has a nice Taitoshi, and he'll try to avoid the line here with Doi, because that's exactly what he's trying to do here. Set it up. It's left to left, and he's trying to set up the right line for the Seoinage there. So Benstead doing well at the moment. He needs to keep moving. If he stands still, then he's going to be in trouble.
We featured a number of the Australians, haven't we? Well, we didn't get to see... We did. We spoke about Catherine Hecker. And we saw... Who did we see yesterday? Nathan Katz. We saw briefly.
Yeah, we were saying earlier, weren't we, that it's a difficult one. You know, they brought an Australian squad here. There were several events that they could have brought them to, you know, as an Australian squad. We've just had 3, haven't we? 1 in China, we had 1 in Uzbekistan.
Maybe better off there.
Well,
I'm just wondering if they are here for a training camp, you know, for 6 weeks, whatever the case is, and this just happens to be a
Well, I
competition
can
that
see
they
that.
let them in,
Absolutely.
that
And
would work. But
on
if
the
they're
end
here
of
for
a
the
training-
competition,
Yeah. On the end of a training camp, you can understand it, can't you?
yeah.
Or you can be like Russia, just bring 100. Well, he's a little bit close there, wasn't he, Doi, with the Sodi Surikomigoshi here, and I think Benstead has got to keep moving, doing well at the moment, 2 minutes into this. Finding it difficult just to get past the grips of the Japanese. New Japanese, I haven't seen this one before. So left-handed predominantly. There's the Seoinage, got underneath the legs this time. Benstead did well. Well, it is left to left, but he's turning Benstead right. Well, good on him. He's not having any of that. So he's here to fight, Benstead. No score on the board. 3 minutes gone. Tominagi, and gets a Yuko for the Tominagi. So changed the technique this time. The Doi Takahashi goes a Yuko up. Takes him onto his side. And now it's all really just trying to get his grip. Benstead being out-gripped. So just behind on the attacks. Another Tominagi there. As I said before, doing very, very well to avoid any of the big techniques. The Seoinage is avoided, and the Sodi. There's the Sodi again. Needs to keep it moving. Ouchi this time from Benstead. Well, I was just about to say a little bit of Newaza wouldn't go amiss. So 38 seconds left, and now Benstead needs a score. A little bit of desperation from him now coming forwards. Well, I'm impressed. He's done well here against Doi Takeshi of Japan. Avoided all the big ones. Just a little bit of power, just lacking that bit of power on the grips. Just being out-gripped just a little bit. Picks up a Shido. So one Shido each on the board there, and Doi looks like he's going to go to time for the second time. That's 2 rounds he's gone now. So he did well, I thought. A good performance from Jake Benstead. Second round, this Japanese Tokyo Grand Slam. One of the hardest and toughest tournaments in the world. Godoy goes through to the quarter-final stages, and he will be fighting Mogishkov of Russia. Well, here's a surprise. Dirk van Tichelt of Belgium, the Olympic bronze medalist from Rio de Janeiro, and here he is opting to fight here in Japan. I'm surprised, actually. I thought he was going to finish after the Olympic Games. Obviously, I didn't hear right. Chuang Shan-chin of Chinese Taipei is his opponent. He had a brilliant Olympic Games, Van Tichelt. Always threatened. He was a two-time world bronze medalist as well, and now he's an Olympic bronze medalist, so former European champion. Great competitor. He's got good newaza as well. So looking for the turnover into the hold down, and he gets it. Nice turnover from Van Tichelt. Nice bit of groundwork from him. Well, that was classical, wasn't it? Obatori Geishi, and just rotates him over. It is the turnover that so many of the competitors are using at the moment. That's an easy way through for Van Tichelt. The quarterfinals. And he's going to be fighting Margaladian or Nakaya, which is up next. So we're going to stay on this. Matt, surprised as well that they put Nakaya out. Got some new Japanese though. We haven't got Ono. Ono's not fighting for whatever reasons. Hashimoto's at the top. Tatsukawa. A lot of these, of course, have fought in the Kodokan Cup, which is the qualification event, and 3 automatic qualifications go from the Kodokan Cup, and then they have 1 star that gets a right of way that they select, or that the team manager selects. Jose Inui doing an incredible job with the men's team. So Nakaya out again. And here he is against Margaladian of Canada. This to go through to meet Van Tichelt. Oh, look at that. It's been taken down. A Wazari. Beautiful Kochigari there from the Canadian. Talk about action there. Nakaya straight the way over. Just having a little look to my left here, the great Yamashita and Kosei Inui in talks there, just talking about what just happened. Yuko there, or Wazari to Nakaya, and he's gone for the Jujigatami. Didn't quite get it, so fired straight the way back there, Nakaya. Well, I thought it was a Yuko personally, but Wazari went on the board. So Nakaya gets the Wazari that was on the board down to a Yuko. But it was a good fire back, so he's still behind Nakaya. Well, they're watching with interest just to see how he does. I mean, it was between him and Ono. Of course, they had Akimoto as well in there, former world champion. But Akimoto definitely finished now. And I thought for sure that Nakaya would be finished, especially with the way and manner that Ono has worked his way up to top of the world. Brilliant judo happening on mat 2 there as well. Nagase against Maidov of Serbia. Nagase got to be the favourite for the under 81 kilos category. He's one of my favourites anyway. If we finish this match, then we'll have a little walk over there and have a look at Nagase on the middle mat. So some good transition happening here from Nakaya Riki. Gillidan of Canada doing well here. Wazari up. Well, this is the moment when you have a little look at the clock and you think, I'm a Wazari up and I've got 2.5 minutes still to go. Well, he has good newaza, Nakaya, but certainly that's what seems to be lacking at the moment. That's going to be another score there. Wazari Wazechi upon, and Nakaya's done. Nakaya is out, and that will be a massive surprise. Uchimata this time from Magaladian of Canada. Well, Van Tikkel will be watching in the wings there, and he'll be going, wow. What a surprise. Is that going to be down to a Yuko? It might just be a Yuko here. He might just still have a chance. Well, he didn't get a score for it. So no score, and Nakaya still has time. That's interesting. They didn't give anything for it. So the referee was overruled by the two judges. Nakaya. Kanemaru shouting instructions there from the coach's chair. And Nakaya breathes again. He's still in the tournament. Nice left Uchimata from the Canadian. Oh, he's got the shimiwaza there. Gillidan of Canada. Fight of his life here and doing very, very well against the former world champion Nakaya. Coming up to the last minute. Reverse Seanagi there from Nakaya, and it just was nowhere near. Now has he got the shimiwaza. Well, Magellan saying that Nakaya was biting into the hand. Nakaya's got to do something. 44 seconds, a little bit of desperation now. Well, he's going to get Shido now for sure, the Canadian. Just for dropping, and he's definitely on defensive mode here. So this is where he runs away for the remainder because he's a scorer. Good attack there though, Yoko Satemi. Yoko Toshi attempted. 15 seconds. Now is that shimiwaza there? Nakaya has it on. 6 seconds to hold on here. Nakaya really trying to put it on, and it's too late. Well, Nakaya shakes his hand there. He almost had the shimiwaza on, but too little too late. McElidon of Canada does enough, and he goes through to the quarterfinals against Van Tichelt. Nakaya never really managed to get the level back that won him the world title, and certainly since Ono has been establishing himself as the world number one. Well, let's just drift over to Vorobyev on the middle mat here. So we've got mat 2. And Vorobyev is fighting at the moment. He's 129 left in this match here. 2 Shidos up to Vorobyev against Hong Suk-wong of Korea. And Vorobyev, who we thought had a good chance of getting through to the later rounds here, is in trouble. 1 minute 20 left. The Koreans also putting youngsters out all the time. China, 2 youngsters came out, and they're trying to find somebody in the under 81 kilograms category and the under 90 kilogram category to try and establish them in the run-up to the Olympic Games. Well, Hong just a little problem with his, a little bit of blood, I think. Haka of Australia having a really good run of it in the quarterfinals there against Davidova of Russia. It's on mat 1 at the moment. But here we go. Vorobyev now coming up to the last minute. Needs a score on the board, and Hong just a little bit desperate there. Could possibly get a Shido here. Just gets away with it. Vorobyev piling on the pressure. Now the Shido for Hong. Well, that was desperation there. 40 seconds left. Hong under pressure. Vorobyev coming forwards. Oh, looking for the Kosoto. I'm not so sure that wasn't a hugging one. You can do it, but it's got to go off a grip that's already on. Can't just walk up and put 2 hands on for the hugging Kosoto. Second Shido goes up to Hong. Vorobyev coming forwards, piling on the pressure. Got to go through to the next round to have any chance of medals. You lose in the second round, it's all over. So double repechage means that quarterfinalists get 2 chances. Tries the Kosoto, he did it again. Hong counters him this time. Was that a score? Well, it was right on the bell. Well, I thought there was a score on the board already, and it seems to me now that there's just 2 Shidos apiece, which means this is going to go into golden score. But there was a score on that all the way through there. Maybe I misread it. So Vorobev and Hong Suk-wung of Korea, 2 Shidos up there apiece, and it's now into golden score. So anybody's match. The Russian piling on the pressure. Certainly it was the Russian for me, the latter part of the first part of 5 minutes. Sumigaeshi, and that was a close one there from Hong. Well, this is where your conditioning really counts. Certainly it's where Vorobev struggles a little bit, and I saw him do a 3-minute golden score just a few weeks back, and how he did that I don't know, because it's not usual for him. Now Hong piling on the pressure. Now, did that warrant another Shido? Don't forget that any score now and it will decide this match. Ouchigari this time from Hong. Great effort here from both of these fighters. Oh, you've got to ask yourself, what are they going to have left here going in to a quarter-final match? Don't forget, they've still got 3 rounds still to go after this. I'm sure that's a reassurance. Now Vorobev, can he climb on top? That was close. Well, now that was all Vorobev, and it's Hong Suk-wung that might be given this Shido now. Well, Hong suspects that he's going to get it. Well, he doesn't get it, and so we continue. Still need a score. Well, I think it's all over now. Which way he's going to give it, I don't know. 1 minute 28 into golden score. And it's Vorobev that gets it. And it's Hong that goes through. Well, he didn't question it at all there, Vorobev. I don't think he could have gone another minute. Well, we've got another Olympic champion up here, Tina Trstenjak of Slovenia in the under 63 kilograms for ladies here against Minai Miho of Japan. So the Olympic champion laying it on the line. We had one of the Olympic champions laying it on the line yesterday, came unstuck in the first round in the under 66 kilograms category for men, but this time it's Trissignac. Tina Trissignac won the Olympic title in style. And she doesn't duck out of anything, Trissignac. She really doesn't. And it really is the Slovenian way. Tina Trissignac in white, Minai in blue. Straight into the attack there, Minai. She knows that she has her work cut out. Uchimata, beautiful Uchimata there. Trissignac, 2 attacks behind. Decides not to have a go there in the Newaza. Second time that we've seen the gold back patch there, and looking for the Ko Soto. I think she'll have to be a little bit careful doing that Tani Otosh on that outside leg there, Trissignac. She does it well and she scores a lot with it. But Minai, just by the looks of it, has an Uchimata there, and it might just lead into the Uchimata. So nothing to lose, Minai. Everything to gain here. Doesn't look phased at all there. She's fighting the Olympic champion. Now going for the Juji Katami. Trissignac not quite hooked in properly, I don't think. Well, she knows that she's got her work cut out. There's the Tani Otoshi. Good change of direction, and now she goes to work. She'll never stop coming forward, that's for certain, Trissignac. She'll want to end 2016 on an absolute high. I think with the Olympic champions, it's how much work have they done, how much time did they take off after the Olympic Games, and then coming back to a tournament like this. There's the Seoinage. Good Seoinage there from Trissignac. 4-minute contest for the ladies.
Well, we saw Trissignac opening contest, and she really took control of the German Vivian Herrmann. Herrmann put up a good show herself, but
yeah, I was just saying that.
Too many weapons.
Well, I'm just saying as well, though, I'm surprised that they're laying it on the law. Look, she's a Yuko down now, that's for sure. Minai just taking her backwards. You know, how much of a break did she have? And we saw it yesterday with Basile. How much preparation did he have? And also coming off the high of the Olympics, of course, your Olympic champion. And she's put it on the line here. I'm surprised. I have to say, I am surprised any Olympic champions are here, to tell you the truth.
Well, she's going to have to go some now. Minute 28.
Yeah, and I've got to say, Minai came out all guns blazing. I
Why
mean,
not?
she didn't. She had nothing to lose whatsoever, and she knows that she's got everything to gain. What a scalp, you know, just coming up to the end of 2016. But it's not over yet. Don't think it's over yet. Trissignac will not stop coming forwards.
She's going to go back to the Koji.
Yeah, she's got the code, she's got that Ko Soto Tani Otosh that she does there, Trissignac. And I'm saying that she's got to be a bit careful with this one here, Minai, because she's got an Uchimata. And if she wraps herself around that front leg, she'll rotate on it, Minai. That's it, exactly
Yeah, almost
like
ran
that.
onto it.
Yeah, she's got to be careful with it. So into the last minute. Good contest. And it's not as though she's not attacking either, Sheldon.
Yeah.
Minai is attacking all the way. Trissignac is, of course, as well. There's a battle royal just happened there in that quarter-final on mat 1. Arai against Ono.
And it was the two Japanese on mat number 1. They were both on 2 penalties apiece. There hadn't been a score. But Arai came up with a big ippon to finish it off. Second Shido now picked up by Mine. It's not going to make any difference, so.
No, I don't think it is either. I think she's going to have a real problem pulling this score back here, Trissignac. 16 seconds to go then.
Can't change direction.
Almost touched the legs there. She was almost thinking about the leg grab.
That's it.
Second Olympic champion goes out of the competition. Well, she's not out completely. She has still got a chance of a medal, Trissignac, so she'll fight back in the repechage final. So we will see the Olympic champion again, Trissignac. The match yesterday with Basile was in the second round, so no comeback from him. And Minai causes a big upset there, beating the Olympic champion. Quarter-final, she's now in the semi-final. Well, it's happening all over the place here.
Yeah, the emotional highs and lows, eh?
Well, it's funny you should say that because I wrote about this in my book that I have out.
Have you got a book
I've
out?
got a book out, yeah.
What's the
it's
name
all
of the
about,
book?
well, it's Game of Throws. It's called.
That's a catchy title,
It is a
Neil.
catchy
Game
title,
of Throws.
Game of Throws, and it is all about those ups and downs and those, and it's all about it. The last 30 years, and really talking about the difficulties, and when you're a champion, and then obviously time after being a champion, and some of the things that you have to go through. So it just moved into that particular subject just perfectly. Game of Throws available on Amazon and available for Christmas.
Top
that's
for a read.
And that's the last thing I'm going to say about it.
But I may mention
until the next time.
I may mention it.
Hermansson of Sweden in this quarter-final against Pinot of France. Hermansson on the world circuit, and a regular on the world circuit, should I say. Starting to establish herself as a medal winner on the world circuit as well. Just having a look at, we've got Tatsukawa of Japan, and I wanted to have a look at the other Japanese fighter in the under 73 kilograms.
Is that against Denis Yartsev?
Yes.
Okay, let's go down to mat number 1 then. If you want to continue watching Mia Hermansson and Margot Pinot, just click on number 2. We're going to go to mat number 1. Tatsukawa Arata of Japan faces Denis Yartsev of Russia. Tatsukawa in the white judogi, Yartsev in blue. There's no scorers yet. Half the contest is gone. It's a quarter-final in the under 73 kilo category. Here's Neil.
Well, one of the reasons I wanted to have a look at who else they've got, of course they've got the great Ono. They put Ricky Nakaya out, didn't they? And he's just lost to the Canadian, McElladon.
Yeah.
And he lost to him well as well. It was a beautiful technique. Kouchi changed the direction, but can this one do it? Tatsukawa there gets taken over by Ayatsev. Ayatsev there, a Wazari up, and now in the hold down. 73 kilograms. You'd think, well, they've always been well contested in the under 73 kilograms, haven't they? They've had 2 or 3. They had Akimoto there. They always had Nakaya, and then, of course, they have Ono when he's in it. And they're having to put other ones out now. He's got a chance of fighting back. Still a Wazari down, though. Tatsukawa. almost got held down there. Tatsikawa just looked a little bit off balance there. Aetsev, strong stance Aetsev, but that's one of the reasons that if he does go, he really goes big, Aetsev, because he's so physically strong. But fighters find him very, very awkward. Right-handed, but he goes both left and right. Oh, he's been taken over. That was a good wazari there from Tatsikawa. Beautiful Ouchi there, taking him over. Well, Tatsikawa gets the wazari. Just looking up as well, Aetsev had the score that he had, the counter technique taken off the board, and there it's all over. That was a wazari ippon. Well, he gets given the ippon for that, actually. Either way, it's all over. Tatsikawa takes him over twice. Beautiful Ouchi.
He just looked as though he stepped up a gear, didn't he? Once he'd had the first score, that emboldened him into going again.
It was a score, then they took it off, but he almost get held down as well. And it was the switch. He tried the Kosoto twitch that he does so well, but the change of direction.
Got his leg wrapped up.
Yeah, he did. He got it wrapped up. The Ouchi change of direction.
And then he couldn't get off.
Yeah, he really couldn't climb off that.
Well, having seen one Russian, we're now going to see the second. Musa Magushkov takes to the mat against Doi Takeshi of Japan. Another Russia-Japan matchup. Maybe they'll have a little bit more luck. I fancy Magushkov's chances here, to be honest. Magushkov in the white judogi, Doi in blue. Here's Neil again.
Yeah, he struggled the first couple, not struggled, but it's been timed both of his matches, hasn't he, Doi Takeshi? And hasn't looked as explosive as some of the Japanese fighters. And like you said, I think Magushkov here, as long as he realizes that and dominates it right the way from the beginning of the match, could find himself in the semi-final. He'll have to try and not ride that's for sure. Well, was that a score? Sumigaeshi there. Depends whether it was just after the mate. Yeah, didn't get it.
Not going to give that one. Catherine Unterwertsacher may have a chance to steal the Tokyo Grand Slam gold medal. She'll have to get past Noichi Aimi of Japan, first of all, in her quarter-final. That's taking place on mat number 2 at the moment.
Well, just having a look, I can see a screen showing of that Magushkov Sumigaeshi there, and it seemed like a score to me.
I wonder if what they're saying is that they'd called mate.
Yeah, I'm thinking that probably
because
that's what happened.
It looked like a score to me. I can only imagine that they're saying no, they'd already called mate.
Good Kouchi there, Magushkov. Well, Doi needs to initiate some of the technique himself here. There's a Seoinage. Great stance there from Magushkov. Looks very physically strong. Unusual for the Russians, that, isn't it, to look physically strong? My goodness. Trying to get the left arm over the top. Mogushkov. The left against left. Big arm over the top now. Has to attack straight away. Now the Sumigesh coming and just manages to go the other way here, Doi. He felt it, of course. The danger there is if you stay in the same position, you're going to go over. You have to take your weight right the way over the opposite direction. Mogushkov certainly, for me, looks physically stronger and looking for the counter all the time.
There's another Russian warming up in the background, Aslan Lapinigov waiting to come on. He's going to face Haruyama Yuki of Japan in the quarterfinal in the under 81 kilo category. So 3 in a row, Russia-Japan. Hunter Vertsaka has won her contest against Nouchi on mat 2. So into the semi-final goes Catherine Unterwertacher.
I know that her coach, Marco Spitka, will be very happy about that.
Marco Intense Spitka.
Very passionate. He's very passionate. He's a passionate coach.
Can't keep a good man down.
He's a good guy.
Minute 39, no score between Mogushkov and Doi Takeshi of Japan.
Well, they're still well represented, aren't they, at 73 kilograms, even with the big ones out there. Akamoto, of course, he was always in there, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Akamoto.
I liked him. Yeah,
I loved
Nagase
his
out.
judo.
Yeah,
Nagase is out.
no, no pun intended.
No, oh no. You're the one, you set that one up.
Sorry.
Well, they need something on the board. Both attacking just at the right time. They both are giving it 100%, that's for sure. Into the last minute now.
There you go. Look at the scoreboard there with the Japanese name. Do it. It was
that.
perfectly set up, wasn't it? So
I like that.
just do it.
It's only us that would
Yeah, we'll
really
get that.
see
Yeah,
that.
in joke. Oh, Mark Pickering will get that one. He's always
Yeah.
listening, isn't he? He's leaping out of his chair now. No, it's a time delay, so give him another few seconds and he'll be up. You watch.
Well, the top table here is saying something, and I'm not quite sure. Honsokamaki here, I don't know what it's for. Mogushkov gets disqualified, and so I'll have Ezio, certainly, he'll pull me again and say, what do you think about that? And I didn't see it. I'm going to have a look. Hopefully we'll see it in slow motion, because just find out there, maybe you could find out exactly what happened with that.
As you say, we can see that commission table. We're sitting behind that mat number 1. They're not going to have a look at it. It's done and dusted and moved on. But I think our chief, Mr. Matthias Fischer, may be able to unearth something for us.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's an important one,
That
because that was
last action,
Mogushkov.
yeah. On his way into the semi-final.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a little bit of time before Dech and Tichelt and Arthur Margelidon get underway. That's the next quarter-final on mat number 1 in the under 73 kilo category.
Yeah, we might be able to shoot back there just to see what happened with that.
Whenever our
last
chief is ready, he can
He will do.
let us have a look, because we don't mind.
Well, Van Tichelt must have been watching in the stands there, certainly with the
let's have a
match
look.
between McElladon of Canada
Oh,
and Nikaya.
I think that
Touch the legs.
Doi Takeshi was in Tachiwaza, was considered to have been in Tachiwaza when
Grabbed the legs.
Mogushkov touch the leg.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it now, and that's exactly what happened, wasn't it? He just he was throwing, so quite correctly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And here we go. So what happens? Just for the people just looking at this,
Look at his right arm. It's
the rule is that if one of or both people are in a tachiwaza situation able to score, have a look at the Japanese here. He's still able to score. Magushkov goes onto the leg to counter him, and you can't do that. You have to both be in newaza to be able to touch the leg.
He's kind of blocking him with that right arm initially.
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean,
and making contact. So
well,
that's what it was.
You can see there
yeah.
that then he just flicks him over for the Teguruma, which of course you can't
do. Thanks very much for that.
Thank you very much, Matthias.
You haven't missed anything. There's no score yet between Van Tichelt and Margeladen. We're watching a quarter-final in the under 73 kilo category. There's 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. Here's Neil again. Unfortunate for Magushkov, eh?
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but you know they all know the rules. That's
and no complaints from him.
He didn't. He just walked off. He knew. Yeah, of course he did. Well, they all know the rules. You know, they at this level, they know the rules. It's not like you got somebody that is just coming in, is a little bit new to it, and doesn't know that particular rule. You know what? It's one of those problems as well, isn't it? Of being able to, you know, just do this free judo and not training the rules within the clubs. I think, you know, you've got to train the rules.
I like that saying, train the rules.
Yeah. Well, if you want them to compete, it's no good complaining because somebody receives a penalty or a shido if you haven't trained them to avoid it. So almost there for the Jujigatami. I was saying earlier that Van Tichelt, I'm surprised to see him here as well. He had such an amazing Olympic Games. Here he is, a chance though to get to the semi-final here in Japan. He's on the form of his life at the moment. I'm quite impressed by Mageladen though, of Canada. Left to left, but Van Tichelt can go right as well. Van Tichelt giving it his all here, trying to get the score. Just over halfway. Well, maybe you could tell us just a little bit about Margeladen. Let's have a look at how he's developing, because we haven't seen him out that much, but of course Canada managing to create some good youngsters coming through.
He's a 23-year-old Arthur Margeladen. He's flirted with the under 81 kilo category on a couple of occasions.
Well, he's certainly found his weight category here, because here he is against the Olympic bronze medalist. He's just beaten Nakaya.
Well, he's the
easiest draw.
He's the Pan American champion, the current Pan American champion. He won their Continental Championships in Havana earlier this year. That was prior to the...
At 73 kilograms.
At 73 kilos, yeah. Didn't qualify for the games.
Well, again, there's a name, Mageladen, that you'll see a lot more of in the qualification right the way up to the next Olympic Games, and I think he'll be a regular medal winner in the Grand Prix and Grand Slams. I really do feel that. Into the last minute here against the Olympic bronze medalist. And he's taking the fight to him as well. He's not taking any nonsense. Well, this is the time for him to score in the latter part of the contest here. Saying that, Van Tichelt has certainly improved his second half of the contest considerably.
He fought Van Tichelt in Guadalajara at the Masters earlier in the year. He lost to him there. That was in round 2.
Well, he's doing well with him here, that's for sure. Strong fight for grips as usual. Just one score will do it. Well, they're good techniques that are going in here. Even under pressure, Van Tikkel getting full rotation through for the Sianagi. Golden score. And a big suck of breath. There was both of them giving it their all. So any score now can win this. Well, it looks to me as if Van Tikkel has got it because there's a penalty up there to
Margelidon.
Margelidon.
I often do that. You know, you get so concentrated looking at the scores and the way that the contest is going. I don't see that penalty. And then right at the end, all of a sudden, you know, it's there.
Well, he was still attacking strong, Van Tikkel, even though he was just up on the contest. So, good credit to him. Nagase and Hong on the middle mat.
Yeah, we finished all our judo down on mat number 1. Let's go to mat number 2.
So one of the favourites for me, Nagase Takanori, in the under 81 kilograms category. World champion in 2014. And he is now disappointed with his Olympic Games. I thought for sure that he would be a main contender for the Olympic title. Look at that Uchimata, that just came from a distance as well. Hong had that huge contest against Russia in the previous round. The world champion in 2015. He's got the current world champion there, Nagase.
Got that red back patch there.
I think one of the things, because the world championships are every year, it's a little bit different how it used to be, isn't it, when they were every second year.
Yeah.
Of course, he's got the red patch on there as the current world champion. One penalty up to Hong. And I said at the end of their contest that quarter-final would have taken it against Vorobev there. It was just one hell of a contest. Has he got much left? He's already blowing Hong, and he's got 3.5 minutes still to go. I think Nagase is just going to catch his grip. He's going to just choose his time here. Now set for the Uchimata. This is where it's a second penalty up to Hong, and he's really struggling. Look how he's struggling there. I say that.
Picked up another penalty.
Yeah, that previous match really took it out of him. Him and Vorobev went head to head, toe to toe, and it's really taken it out of him here. Nagase just
he's gone.
dominating. He has gone completely.
He's gone.
He had nothing left, did he? Just absolutely nothing left. He'd given it his all in the previous match.
Potatoes and sack comes to mind.
Well, Nagase obviously felt it there on the end of his arms, but just took him down, didn't he? Wasn't the most skillful takedown. Just get over and let me hold you down.
He didn't have any, there's no resistance.
No, absolutely none.
And do you know, of Germany, it means that we can say hello to Sue Regan from Budokan Judo in Seattle. No, Budokan Judo Seattle. She's watching from Tucson, Arizona, which is nowhere near Seattle. So I don't know how they get the Budokan Judo Seattle, but that's their business.
Hi, Sue. How are you?
Yeah, Sue, there's a big hello from Neil. Hello from me too. And we're not really in control of the the cameramen, we just take their feet, so we hope that they give us nice shots. And we'll apologise now if they haven't been up to your high standard.
Is that what
But,
Sue said?
Yeah, she said she has been enjoying the broadcast, but could we just stay on the fight and show the whole bodies, not just a close-up? It's better seeing the whole body and not just from the hip or knee high. So we hope.
We'll have a word with the
Yeah,
cameraman.
you'll give him a tap for you and say, look, Sue is not happy. And thanks for your very nice words about watching Ippon TV and checking on ippon.org for all the results. There you go, Mr. Matthias. Big thank you for that. What if we can get Hassan Khan Musayev to come and say hello?
Well, Ivanov is certainly one that I expected to probably rest. He was so busy in the qualification. He was so busy up to Rio, and he was world ranked number 1 at one stage, but of course Ono was the world favourite. But Ivanov certainly one of the most consistent. Here he is in the quarter-final here against Ressel. Ressel, one of the new breed of German fighters out there. Well, for either of these fighters to get to the semi-final here would be a great result. Left-handed fighter, Ressel, and trying to get that left arm over the top.
It was his brother.
You can't tell the difference.
Only when you get really close up, because he's just a bit fuller in the face. So that was Hussein Khalmuzaev. We're going to see him tomorrow. He said, I'll be ready tomorrow.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. He said his brother is at home resting now.
Well, that's what I thought that most of the Olympic champions would be doing.
Yeah, it would have been a bit of advice that you could have given out to a few of them.
Yeah, not quite going their way, is it?
Well, I mean, they're 2 for 2, haven't they? You know,
Well,
both of them have been on and both of them have lost.
Well, especially, you know, when you consider that, you know, the high of the Olympic Games finished 2016 on a high and then start again in 2017. But anyway, that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
So Ivanov, one of the most consistent. Look at that, Sumagaeshi there. Gets a Yuko for that one.
Lucky winner. I didn't see the...
Well, I didn't see the landing.
landing,
no,
yeah.
I've got to say, seemed to be a total overthrow for me.
Well, they left it. No.
Well, he's going to get Shido for that, for sure. He's a Yuko up already. Well, I'm really surprised there. Look, so didn't get that. He's got to get the Shido, surely.
He's
The new referee being
sorry,
told.
what do you say?
Yes.
Yuko for the throw, and now the only thing that's missing,
Yeah.
right? So they gave Yuko,
And it wasn't a Yuko.
And it
was
wasn't a
total
Yuko.
Overthrow. Total overthrow. But then,
but there's no Yuko on the board.
But
I think
no,
that...
he just took it off.
he cancelled it?
Yeah, he just
right,
cancelled it.
okay, so yeah, we got that one right. No Yuko. And
But the drop, he didn't
he
penalise
didn't
the drop.
penalise it, yeah.
And this is what we're talking about when it comes to getting the right interpretation sorted. The interpretation, absolutely imperative.
What's Dr. Lisa Allen handing out there?
Dr. Lisa Allen is looking after me because she might be asked to demonstrate certain things if she doesn't look after it.
And then Pocky chocolates.
And that's live on air.
Pocky chocolates. A little over a minute, well, a minute and a second left to go. We're not totally talking drivel here. Just a little bit of a break there, just find out what kind of chocolates they delivered to Neil Adams.
Just in the right place at the right time.
Almendras chocolates from Samoritz. Delicious.
They look great. Well, this could go either way, couldn't it? Into the last minute of this quarter-final. Ivanov of Bulgaria struggling here against Ressel, right against left.
I had a laugh with Dominic Ressel on the bus this morning on the way in. He sat a couple of seats away from me, and a whole group of Japanese fighters sitting in front, the young girls who'd already fought, and they were giggling and laughing and taking pictures, almost there with the Uchimata. And I leaned over to Ressel, who I know doesn't speak any Japanese. I said, "They're talking about you." No. He said, "What? They're speaking about me?" I said, yeah. They're talking about your hair, the colour of your hair, because it's blonde and it's unusual. And of course they weren't. They were just talking about something else, but he fell for it, didn't he, Neil?
Well, he's doing well here. I mean, against Ivanov. This is going to go into golden score. And this is for a semi-final place. I think the Germans had a big sort out when it came to the coaching staff as well, didn't they? Just had a total rethink.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that it was the kind of they had a sort out rather than a kick out. You know, people have been moved around and had different things done, but I don't think. For example, Michael Basinski has been moved. He's not out. He's just been moved. You know, he's somewhere else.
I think that's what happened in a lot of the countries, isn't it? They've had a little change around.
He's a good man. You know, he knows his stuff, and he's been around the team long enough to know. I think he's been around long enough not to lose. You don't want that experience just, disappearing.
No, exactly. Well, he looks a little bit off here, doesn't he, Ivanov? I've seen him a lot sharper than this. And they're both looking for that Yoko Otoshi, that Yoko Satemiwaza. They're looking for the same technique here. One right, one left.
I get the feeling sometimes that it's a safety valve. Almost turned him. I mean, Ivanov was on his way over, and then he almost turned Ressel. And what I meant about that safety valve was...
Yeah, the tip.
You know, if you can execute it well, it's almost turned.
Yeah, but well, it was a full turn, wasn't it? Full rotation.
Yeah, if you can execute it well, it's safe. You're not going to get countered, and it comes up as a nice attack. Get it wrong, and you get pushed down. Well, be careful.
Well, it really is tipping the balance. That's exactly what it is. Especially when it's right against left here, because they're so dangerous for the Sakeshi. Uchimata, looking for the Uchimata all the time. Oh, he's got it.
Yeah.
Look at that.
As you said, there's a shape about a fighter when they begin to unravel and it's beginning, to come apart. And Ivanov just looked as though he wasn't as tight as he normally is. It just began to look a little bit loose. And eventually, Ressel caught up with him. Wasn't at his best there, was he?
No, not at all.
End of year.
Yeah, end of year, and you can tell it as
well.
I
tell you what, he's got to be careful because I think he's got either the European Club Cup or the Golden League to finish the year with a team event, and he might have to be a little bit sharper when it comes there.
Well, again, it's down not pre-Olympics, post-Olympic Games, and it's really how much work have they done. But maybe they're thinking of this as a first tournament towards 2017, and they're not going to have a Christmas. Maybe that's it.
Ressel will, for sure, have some involvement with Club Judo at the end of the year, into the arms of, well, one arm anyway, from Richard Troutman. Troutman had the clipboard in the other arm. Okay. How long is the break, Mr. Matthias? 15 minutes, we're just told by Matthias Fischer, our IT, head of IT. We're going to have a 15-minute break immediately after
this match.
Yeah, between Lee Hui-jung of Korea and Damian Szwanowicki of Poland. It's Lee in the white judogi, Szwanowicki in blue.
Desperate, aren't they? The Koreans in the under 81s, they're just desperate to get somebody up there and performing at world level.
Well, it's, you know, what happens is you get that clear out when you've got a top man in there for a long time. Somebody's got to go to 90 and someone's got to stick at 73 because there's no room in there. And you've got someone like Kim Jae-bum. He wasn't moving, was he, for 8, 9, 10 years?
Well, they had Kim Jae-bum, and then, of course, they had... who went up from 73 kilograms.
Wang Ki-chung went up. Yeah.
And of course, Wang and Kim, you know, they're both of them going for the Olympic place.
And then Lee ended up with it.
Never happened, did it? They didn't send the two that they
exactly,
expected.
Yeah. Sung Dae-nam was up at 90 kilos. He was a top man. I enjoyed watching him. He's gone over to coaching. I haven't seen him for a while. I hope they haven't moved him out. Sung Dae-nam just after one cycle. I haven't seen the little fella either. Who is it? To Min-oh. I haven't seen him, the 60 kilo gold medalist from Beijing. He was around for one cycle.
Yeah, again, it's countries that have such depth, you know, and it's very unusual,
next.
isn't it? Yeah, next one. Yes. It's like a
treadmill.
It is, yes, it is. Swolzynski here fighting hard. Every time he feels in danger, I think that he's attacking here.
Sue Regan sent us a nice message, and for those of you that wondered how did she do that, there is a feedback button that you can just click on, and then we'll get your message. We're not guaranteed to read them out, depending on what they say, obviously. But if they're poignant, and you know, you say something nice, and that will hail out.
We want feedback, don't we? We want feedback on what they expect from the daytime. I think that most people out there now realise that the daytime's analysis is a little bit different than the medal matches that we see, and we both of us are doing our part for both, aren't we? You know, and so
we're a little bit more relaxed in the prelims.
Yeah.
So we're happy to.
A little bit more direction in the medal matches and the the bronze medal matches and the gold medal matches in the evening sessions. But certainly working very well for us, and we're thoroughly enjoying doing it. And we need to know how you all feel about it. We
can't do birthday requests or anything, though, so don't, tell us Gran's got a birthday this weekend.
We're definitely not going to sing a song.
Yeah, no, we don't.
Not going to do that.
No, you've got local radio station, we'll do that for you. But we will talk about all matters to do with judo. Ooh, no.
I think that was a little bit ambitious there from Lee. Obviously doesn't train that one at home.
Trying to just thump him into the mat there.
Oh, he's been taken over. Is that a Yuko?
Not quite.
Did he?
Couldn't turn him onto his side.
That was as close, though, wasn't it? Swolzynski there, very close with that.
Yeah, I like the Polish fight. He's a hard worker, Szwanowicki. Keeps up a good tempo. They just had a clash of heads there, and they apologise to each other. What's going on there, then?
Well, it was Harry scored there. Swolzynski
got him this time.
Yeah, he did. He threatened with that the first time. This time takes him over. Leg trapped. Can he get it out? Still plenty of time here. 1 minute 55. Has he got the Osai Komi? Not quite. Just managed to get out there, Lee. And now in for the Sangaku. Can he turn that one? Swiatek being given the extra time.
Looked good from this position. It looked as though he had the leg in the right place. Quite sure how.
Had it on tight. Well, there's nothing worse than being underneath there, especially with the lights when they're blazing down. I tell you, there's nothing worse than having your head and your somebody going for a shimiwaza. Yeah, head and arm.
Didn't like the grip there, Swiatek, and just turned in left-sided, gave it kind of a little Tayatoshi or Makikomi look, but it was enough to break the grip up.
Yeah, well, it's up to Lee now. Lee's got to come forwards. Trying for the Sumigaeshi because he can't catch the sleeve.
Swiatek's in danger of getting penalised. There's that little effort again.
Yeah, well, this is the one. It's when his arm's around the back there. That's when he scores with it.
Not penalised there. Katharina Friedrichs, the referee, not being conned into that.
No, well, he's definitely started to run now, hasn't he?
It's a long time to go, though.
Yeah, still 43 seconds. Second penalty up to the pole.
Desperation there from Lee. It was a tired-looking effort, untidy. He hadn't got himself settled before he threw himself in there, and that was why that broke down. Hadn't set it up properly.
Yeah, he's just got to hold off now for the next 30 seconds. A good attack this time.
She'd have attacked him as he was coming up on the one leg, because you know the defence for that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, switching the leg, but you can't do that. But Swiatek there, a couple of good attacks under pressure, but just a few seconds going in between these mates.
That's a really good one, you know. If you're quick thinking, you really want to be attacking when they're on the ground or they're coming up, because the natural reaction is for them to put their hands out. You could draw that from them.
Well, that's a lot of scores are being scored like that, you know, because they're waiting for them to come up. We saw a prime example there. Who went over for the Uchimata yesterday?
I can't remember now.
Started to come up. And,
that's right, yeah, and got thrown for Ippon.
Yeah, thrown for Ippon.
And it's either you...
It was one of the big champions, wasn't it?
Either you block them or you just go and you hope that you don't get thrown for a big score.
Under 60 kilograms, that's who it was. It was...
Takato Naohisa.
Yeah,
that's right, yeah. His Japanese teammate got him.
So it's all over. Swiatek goes through to the semi-final, and we're going to have a little break, aren't we? Just
we can.
To the semi-final.
Just before we go, we'll say hello and goodbye to camera, because it will give us a chance to talk a little bit about some of the people that we've seen this morning, and we'll take that break. Swiatek of Poland it is who comes out the winner. What have you seen so far this morning? Let's take a look quick at 73 kilos.
73s, I think that it's interesting because we saw Nakaya going out, so interesting that we've got a couple of Japanese in there with a good possibility there. There's Van Tickelt as well, and so I think it could possibly be a Japanese and one of the outsiders from the under 73 kilos going through.
81?
Nagase for me is going to be the one coming through there. I think he's very, very strong, and I think Ivanov, well, he just fell short, didn't he? He just didn't have anything left at all. So for me, definitely Nagase.
Story of the day then so far, really, European, world and Olympic champion, the world number one, Tina Tursteniak, defeated by Mine Mio in the quarter-final. Really,
biggest
in
surprise,
that category.
But is it a surprise? I don't think it is. And I've got to say it again. I'm surprised that Olympic champions are
the only surprise is that they're here.
Yeah.
Catherine Unterwertsacher going great guns in the under 63 kilo category, and in the under 70 kilo category, it's Arae Shizuru at the moment heading the group. We look forward to your company in 14 minutes from now. From Neil and myself, bye for now.
See you later.
Well, welcome back to the second part, really, of the prelims. We're in the semi-final stage of the second day of competition here at the Tokyo Grand Slam. We're watching the first of the semi-finals in the under 63 kilo category between Minhei Mio of Japan. She faces Margot Pinot of France. It's Minhei in the white judogi, Pinot in blue. Minhei, the slayer earlier today
Slayer.
of Tina
like
Tursteniak.
Well, you know, there's the Olympic champion gone already. And Pinot, though, I've got to say, she's one of the up-and-coming French fighters. And she'll keep coming forward. She's not going to give this match easily, that's for sure. We're just going to cover the semi-finals, so anybody want to have a look at the repechage matches there. Tina Tursteniak fighting on the other mat there.
He's done, mate.
And it's all over. Yeah, Tursteniak goes out completely.
No, she just thrown Hermansen.
Oh, she did?
Yeah,
Oh, right,
she
okay,
just-
yeah, no, I saw it the other way around.
She just
So
threw-
Hermansen, so she's fighting for third place, Tursteniak.
Yeah, having thrown her, she ended up on the bottom, so it looked a little bit odd. But she threw Hermansen for Ippon, so it'd be a bronze medal at best then for Tursteniak.
Well, I'm quite impressed with Minhei. She's just coming forwards non-stop. Niwaza as well. I'm always surprised when they just stay on hands and knees and defend or try and defend. When you get somebody good with Newaza, it's always a dangerous thing.
Whilst we go through these semi-finals, I'm going to thank some of the people who sent emails to us. I knew that was going to happen, but why not? We can thank Mariel Ang for the email. I wonder if that's- yeah. Anyway, that's the way that we got the email sent to us from Mariel Ang. She said, I haven't seen Chae Min-ho for a while. He was actually coaching yesterday, you said. But the survey said,
No,
because
it wasn't.
Chae Min-ho is not here.
Going to get a Shido here. Just have a look at this for cross grip.
Yeah,
Stayed on there too long
Too long.
tonight. Yes.
that was the problem with Diana Gigaros of Russia this morning. That one-sided grip there, hanging on too long.
Well, just going back to you're saying about the emails there, and it has been noticed that the referees are being a little bit more lenient with some of the kumakata, and I think they're just preempting what might happen in the new year with some of the kumakata. So I think it's going to be a little bit freer and a little bit more time for the athletes to set up. But saying that, Minhei just made a mistake there because it's still old rules here, and so therefore the cross grip, you have to attack immediately. So you can't just keep the cross grip on.
Well, we can thank G. Patino for that email, saying hello to Franco and Neil. Call me what you like, it's okay. Greetings from G in Tampa, Florida. Must be sunny there. I like Florida myself. So thanks very much for your email. And Neil will talk a little bit more about the gripping and what's going to happen, because it's not going to be immediate.
No, it's a good observation. It was a really good observation that they're not getting certainly for yesterday we pointed it out that some of the pistol gripping and some of the sleeve grips on the lower part of the sleeve not being picked up by the referees, as long as it's on a positive vein and as long as it is in order to make a technique for throwing. And I think that's the important thing. If you're starting to pin the sleeve down and you're not attacking off it, then of course you're going to get penalised. And I think that's the way it should be. But then we need to have time in order to set up for a technique. You can't just grip up and then attack immediately. If it's a strong gripping contest, it's just not always possible to do that. You need a little bit of time to set it up.
Just to go back to Mariel Ang, thanks very much for your email. Chae Min-ho, by the way, who isn't here, so you couldn't have seen him yesterday. He's just not here. I spoke to Kim Seong-yong, and she said no, He's not only is he not here, he's no longer part of the
Coaching team.
Korean coaching setup. He's now going to be coaching with the high school and junior setup, but at national level. We're into golden score, by the way.
Yeah, the first semi-final in the under 63 kilograms, and it's into golden score here. Anybody's match. Margot Pino really doing a good job here.
So I'm not sure who it was that Maria Lang saw in the chair yesterday, but it wasn't Jae Min-ho.
There's the sleeve grip that we're just talking about there. Notice how she has it that little bit higher. So for the coaches having a look there, if you keep the sleeve high, it looks as if at least you're trying the kazushi with that particular sleeve grip. And I think that that's important. If you keep it low and you keep it pinned, that's when you're going to get penalised.
I just did a nice penalty signal off camera there. You didn't see that, but
Yeah, it was.
trust me.
I thought I was in
really
trouble.
Good.
Well, that's going to be a second Shido, is that, for Pino, possibly. She just dropped there. She's going to get away with it. She does.
Some people have all the luck.
Well, it's a strong old battle, this, isn't it? Minai, almost gets countered. That Ouchigari was the one that took the Olympic champion over. Almost came unstuck there, though. She's almost waiting for it, Pino. Osotogari! Oh,
Yes,
she's
gone
been
this
taken
time.
over. Wow, she went high, didn't she, for that Osoto? She really did. And Minai just managed to rotate on it. Minai is into the final.
That was a big, brave effort from
It-
Margot Pino
yeah,
there.
it
That's
really
stretched
was.
too far, wasn't it? When
Yeah.
you look at where she planted that leg, there was too far to come, and she didn't have. There wasn't enough power left in it. Minai took it over and came up with the counter.
Yeah, it was. I'm not sure if we're going to get a second look at that or not.
Yeah,
but
probably.
She overstretched, but she almost climbed on top of it, which meant that she would have been there for a score. It would have been a good chance for a score. Don't think we're going to see it. It's a shame.
I don't know. I've got confidence in my guy. Yeah, this is a terrific opportunity here for Unterwertsacher. I'm not dismissing the challenge that Daria Davidova of Russia may launch. Here's the action first of all.
Yeah, look at that. Reaching Osoto. Almost climbed on top of it, didn't she? But not quite. And
Good reaction from
yeah,
Minai,
it was.
because she's under threat here. Look, this is a big effort from Pino. She doesn't get close enough with the right leg for me. That's it. She leaves the right leg too far behind.
All about readjustment, isn't it? And the better readjustment there come from the Japanese. Look at that. Unterwertsacher straight into the attack like a lady possessed. She really is. She's got something to prove here.
Yeah, I didn't mean to be dismissive of Daria Davidova. I just don't think that she's going to have the weapons to trouble Catherine Unterwertsacher. My pick at 63 for Russia is Ekaterina Valkova. So you're looking at Russia number 2, maybe even number 3, and Unterwertsacher is, right up there in the top 2, 3, 4 in the world in this weight category. I can't see Davidova troubling her.
No, it's interesting as well, isn't it? Unterwertsacher, prior to the Olympics, coming back after injury. She was injured and so went into the Olympics not at her very best. And here she is now fighting after the Olympic Games and looking very, very sharp indeed. And then, of course, some of the ones that had good form at the Olympic Games not looking as sharp. Saying that, it was almost the same situation there, wasn't it?
Almost got turned. That one's across the face. Baboyev leads Yartsev in the repechage contest on mat 2 in the under 73 kilo category. Problems for the Russian down there.
That's got to be. Oh, now she's on top again. Almost scoring twice with that Yoko Tominagi. Still no score on the board though. Both fighters giving it their very best, attacking just at the right time. Well, they're both attacking, aren't they? Both of them giving it their very best.
Yeah, it's a good contest. Who did the Russians have here as their second fighter? It was Diana Zhagiros. Zhigaros, that was the second one. Diana Zhigaros they had here as well. 2 at under 63. But again, for me, it's Valkova, and I was disappointed in Valkova's performance in London. I really did expect, something special from it. It just didn't materialise.
You find that though, don't you, at the Olympics?
Yeah.
Not always.
Yeah.
It doesn't always go. In fact, the biggest surprises happen at the Olympic Games.
Yartsev has lost out to Yasgen Baboyev of Uzbekistan. Came up with a Yuko at the end, and it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it always seems to me with Yartsev that he should be doing better. It's a strange one. Sometimes it goes away from him. That's in the repechage that we've just seen on the other mat. So just 2 mats going at the moment. That's got to be a score there. Ante Wazachi gets the Wazari for that drive backwards on Davidova.
Got a good block. Felt that coming, blocked it, took it over. It was an unattractive looking finish in the end, but hey, as Neil said yesterday, you don't get extra points for attractiveness. You almost put her out there with the shimiwaza.
Great transition, wasn't it? Straight, took her backwards, got the Wazari, and then the transition in for the shimiwaza.
She's a toughie, Unterberg.
Well, like I say, she's looking sharp here, and we haven't seen it. All the way up to the Olympic Games, she was injured on the way up, did a couple of tournaments prior to it, tried to get the form that was required, and of course it never happened, but it's happened now.
There were big question marks 3-4 years ago as to whether she and a teammate who's in the weight above, Bernadette Graf, would be tough enough. There's a degree of physical toughness that you need when you're going out there, and she's definitely tough enough.
Yeah,
she's
proved
that
there as
yeah.
well. Great stuff.
Right, well, we're going to stay on mat number 2 for all of the semi-finals. We're going to see the semi-final in the under 73 kilo category, the first of the semi-finals, and this features Hashimoto Soichi against Tatsukawa Arata, both from Japan. It'll be Hashimoto in the white judogi, Tatsukawa in blue.
Well, 3 possibilities, and at least one of them is going to get through. Obviously, we've got Doi Takeshi against Van Tikkelt in the next match-up in the under 73 kilograms.
I'm surprised he's still in.
Yeah.
He's, had used up a couple of lives already. If you think that a cat has 9 lives, well, he's probably got a couple left, but he's going through them.
So this will be an interesting one, just to see how they match up. What happened at the
Kodokan Cup.
Cup?
Let's go to that and have a look.
So the Kodokan Cup, for the people just listening in, was qualification for this particular event. First 3 in every weight category had qualification for the event, in each of the weight categories that was, and then 1 wild card, which was a selection. So one of the main fighters would have got automatic selection for this event. But they do the Kodokan Cup prior to it. Obviously, and you can see it straight away as soon as they start here, they've fought, trained together, and they've probably competed a lot together in domestic competition. And we'll just come out with some statistics in a second. They're both gripping up, but from a defensive point of view, it's just not with an attack on the end. Oh, beautiful technique that was. Hashimoto in like lightning then.
Right, Hashimoto's name doesn't feature in there, but Tatsukawa Arata does, and he finished with a gold medal.
Really? So, Tatsukawa, though, was under pressure there. Hashimoto. So Hashimoto, what, was one of the selection?
Could be, because Doi Takeshi finished with a bronze medal, and the silver medalist was Nakaya Riki. So there's a good field in there. Yoshida Yue was also a bronze medalist. So
did we have him in the starting line here?
let's have a look. The four Japanese were Tatsukawa Arata, Doi Takeshi, Nakaya Riki, and Hashimoto Soichi.
So they must have had two outside selections for this, of which Hashimoto was one. Interesting. So now Tatsukawa.
Yeah, Hashimoto was the outside guy, because the other three, Tatsukawa, Nakaya, and Doi, those are the ones that they picked. Hashimoto is the only one who didn't feature in there, and Yoshida, they haven't had him at all. So that follows that pattern of the four losing one and bringing in one other, and Hashimoto was the one that they brought in. Almost caught there with the Oichi.
So absolutely nullifying each other's techniques here. They know each other very, very well. You can see that. Well, coming up to the last minute, and not one of them anywhere near what we would call an Ippon looking technique. Second penalty goes up to Tatsukawa. So the winner of the Kodokan Cup now under pressure. He's got to start work, but that means he's got to come forwards. Nearly went onto that Seoinage. Trying to waste time there. 28 seconds left. Don't think he's going to get it back, is he?
And that one's gone away from Tatsukawa, I'm afraid. Hashimoto is going to just shut up shop now. He won't make a mistake at this point. And Magushkov has defeated Arthur Mogelladon of Canada down on mat number 3. That's in the repechage contest of the under 73 kilo category. At least the Russians are still in with a chance for a medal in the under 73 kilo category. Denis Yartsev having gone out.
Three seconds left. So Hashimoto it is, goes through.
Right, we've got the second of the semi-finals coming up now. Hashimoto Soichi having overcome Tatsukawa Arata. Hashimoto's name didn't feature in that under 73 kilo category in Chiba last month. It's going to feature here though, because whatever happens, he's going to medal now.
Yeah, and it was one of the outsiders
Yeah,
as
he
well. One of
was
the new
brought
ones.
in. Yeah. Coming up next, then the second semi-final. This features Doi Takeshi of Japan. He's up against Dirk van Tichelt of Belgium. It's the Japanese in the white judogi and the Belgian in blue.
Well, Van Tichelt really having a good period in his judo life. Olympic Games bronze medalist, and he had a terrific Olympic Games, actually, it has to be said. Now in the semi-final here in Japan. Be interesting to see how he plays this. Great kumakata, Van Tichelt, but sometimes gets a little bit tied up in the kumakata, which I'm thinking that he's going to do here with Doi Takeshi.
We've hardly seen any of the under 81 kilo category, have we?
Well, we were saying earlier, weren't we, that certainly in the under 81s that we have a clear favourite, I think, for Nagase.
Nagase's already there. Hariyama Yuki heads Pool B. They're going to go head-to-head in that semi-final. And then the German, Dominik Ressel, he's come out on top in Pool C. He's going to face Damian Schwanowicki of Poland. Van Tichelt looks as though he's injured that elbow.
Well, yeah. He's saying it's okay. Well, we saw a couple of these. I'm not sure if that was off the Sodi or not, but a couple of disqualifications yesterday because the Sodi went against the elbow. You can see there that the grip that Doi has on that elbow there is set for Sodi on the right.
Yeah, it's upset him now. he's upset, is he?
Well, it does. It rattles you, doesn't it? You know. But the thing is that if you don't push that elbow across when you do the Sodi, sometimes it can go against a straight arm. And 2 times yesterday, it wasn't by accident. Well, rather, it was by accident, but then it needs looking at.
Poor technique,
yeah, just poor technique.
Yeah, I think not to jump in there above Neil. Well, what he's saying is that was what was attempted. That technique is what was attempted, but the any design to try and damage the opponent wasn't part of it. It was just poor technique.
Yeah, no, exactly.
They had they got the technique wrong, and as a result of that, it did damage their opponent. They didn't set out to damage their opponent, but they set out to perform the technique in that way, and that's bad technique. Wasn't that it got trapped there accidentally or something? They held on and they executed bad technique.
Yeah, no, just kept hold of the sleeve, yeah. Well, Van Tichelt, very upright stance. Sometimes it works against him, being so upright, but I think that he'll be okay here. Dropped Seoinage this time from Van Tichelt.
He's got to come unstuck at some stage, Do Takeshi.
Well, he's been struggling all the way through. Not struggling, but just having to graft all the way through. And so Van Tichelt will graft this as well. Now, there's the end of the sleeve grip. The referee looking at that very closely. If he doesn't attack soon, he will get it. But he changes it,
now,
just moved off it. Well, Doi also changing from left to right or right to left.
Couldn't come up with the counter there, Van Tichelt. After that last attack from Do Takeshi, he felt that, he knew it was coming. He tried to counter in two ways. One turn to the left and another turn to the right, but neither of them materialised. So scores remains, it remains scoreless with 2 minutes left to go.
Yeah, this is anybody's match, isn't it? Absolutely. It's by no means set, this one. Van Tichelt, very experienced, two-time world bronze medalist as well as an Olympic bronze medalist. So he's used to fighting matches of this caliber. I've got to say, Doi probably isn't. That's one of the biggest advantages. Look at that, it's all
10.
over. Oh my goodness me.
That is gone.
Yeah.
Absolutely got wrapped up there.
Yeah, Sodi Surakamogoshi, and he goes right the way over the top.
Well, right at the death there, if you like, Do Takeshi leaves. There's a question mark there because he got everything right there. Beautiful feet position. When they show the replay of that, you'll just see how well Do Takeshi wraps up Dirk Van Tichelt. Now, we were just in the process of saying what an accomplished fighter, what an experienced fighter Dirk Van Tichelt is. To bang someone like that over for 10 is not easy.
No, well, I said about his stance in the early part of the contest, and I said sometimes that it works against him. It absolutely worked against him there, for sure.
There it is.
Just have a look how he just no stopping that. And you can see the look on his face there. There's the arm coming right the way through this time. So the Sodi really working well. The arm bent, you can see that, and he doesn't even touch the mat with it. Brilliant technique.
We'll get to see it again. There are a couple of things. Look at the footwork here. And now he can drive again. He even drops down to the knee. He's so comfortable in this. Everything about that technique is comfort for Do Takeshi. Once he's in here, this is it. He's going.
Yeah, the rotation as well. He gets rotation just before Van Tichelt hits the mat. And it was just the ticket, wasn't it? I mean, he just lands cleanly onto his back there.
And there's one other thing that really tells me that he had complete mastery of this technique, and it's the way that Do Takeshi finishes. It's as though he's just done it in Randori, isn't it? He rolls off him. He knows he's gone here. I'll just take a little roll off him. Boop, that's it. I can go here. Look.
Well, I think it might be 102 Ippons now. I know that they'd finished the 101 Ippons for 2016, but I think that might
Extras,
make it. It just might make it.
Footnote. Right, Arai Chizuru of Japan faces Khalida Zupancic of Canada. It's Arai in the white judogi, Zupancic in blue. It's the first of the semi-finals in the under 70 kilo category. Here's Neil.
Well, how experienced is Zupancic? She is really up there and roundabout and going from strength to strength. He's been part of the world tour right the way up to Brazil and to Rio de Janeiro. A regular medal winner in the Grand Prix and Grand Slams.
Spent a lot of time in Japan.
Yeah, she does spend a lot of time in Japan, doesn't she? And
Actually, she's quite popular with the Japanese girls, so because she fits in well. Likes a laugh and a joke with them, and
yeah, I think it takes a certain kind of person to be able to live and train here. And I used to like to come in for a month and then go and then come back in for a month and go. But so Peter Seisenbacher used to like to live here as well. You know, just I think it takes a certain kind of person.
I wonder if they liked him.
I don't know. No, I think he did.
What kind of practice that one looks forward to.
Yeah.
Can't imagine. Ooh,
Good
almost.
actually was there from our right. Oh, that
Whoa.
turnover. Double lapel. And so close.
Just looking to see who's in the chair there for Arai Shizuru, and it's the former double world champion, Olympic bronze medalist Ueno Yoshie. Used to fight at under 63 kilos. There's a little bit more than that now. But, in the coach's chair.
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of countries that are bringing new coaches in and young coaches.
I think she's one of three sisters, three Ueno sisters. Masae was probably more successful than Yoshie, and then there was another one as well, another sister. I can't remember her name or which weight category she is in, but I can look it up.
I'm sure you're going to as well.
I am.
Well, Stepancic doing very well here, just containing Arai, and it's a strong fight for the grip, left to left. Look how they're fighting hard for the sleeve grip. So everything's stemming off those sleeves. Means that the attacks that they're doing, not quite as controlled as they should be. They're attacking, looks as if they've got two hands on, but they haven't. Now she's got to be careful here, Stepancic. And she's in the hold, it's all over. Yeah, Arai Shizuru just turned her. She's always threatening with that turnover, always. And now has it all tied up.
That was painful, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, she had the arm tied up as she did the turnover there, and it just pulled it in that little bit tighter. Stepancic wasn't moving at all.
She's getting a bit of movement back into that left arm now. Arai Shizuru winning out there. The three sisters were Tomoe, Yoshie, and Masae, the three. And the most successful of them, the oldest of the sisters, was the double Olympic, double world champion, Ueno Masae. What a record, eh?
So one was double Olympic champion, the other one was world champion.
Well, one was double Olympic, double world, and the other one didn't get an Olympic gold. She got an Olympic bronze medal, but 2 world championship gold medals. So you've got 2 sisters who were both double world champions. One of them, however, into the bargain, was double Olympic champion. That is pretty special. Ended up doing in the coach's chair. Ueno Masae, you see her around from time to time. I'm just going to look up quickly the third of the sisters, the youngest of the sisters, Ueno Tomoe. see what she's up to. In the meantime, we'll give the introduction for the second of the semi-finals in the under 70 kilo category. Maeda Naeko of Japan faces Nizoe Saki of Japan. Maeda in the white judogi, Nizoe in blue.
Yeah, so guaranteed all Japan final.
The younger of the sisters, by the way, the three Ueno sisters, made it to Asian champion. She was Asian champion. How's about that then? And she was junior world champion into the bargain. Can you believe it?
That's amazing.
So all of them won world titles. The youngest sister ended up just as the junior world champion, but the other two sisters were both double
Says there
world.
that she got two bronzes as well in the. Oh no, in continental.
Yeah. What a household. 5 world championship titles, 2 Olympic gold medals. What a match.
A very laboured walk coming out there from Nizoe Saki.
I think she's a youngster. I'm going to look at that, our go-to guide, if you like, which is that competition that we've been talking about. What's happened to it then?
Wow,
It's up there a minute ago.
very, very left-handed, Nizoe. Here's the turnover, double lapel. This is the one that scored in the previous semi-final. So many scores at the moment from the double lapel and turnover, tie up the top half, leg out. And that's what the Japanese fighters just doing so well at the moment, especially the women.
I thought that Nizoe Saki would be the youngster from the Kodokan Cup, and so it's proved. She was the gold medalist there as well.
Well, it's funny because when she came out here, she was very, very confident the way she walked out. And now the grips and just the stance that she has, very confident that she's going to win this, she is.
Well, Maeda was the bronze medalist at that competition in Chiba last month. Ono Yoko also took part in that one. And the one fighter who was not in it, but is here, that's the one that the big one that they put in, was Arai Chizuru. So my feeling is that the big guns got a rest. They were already entered into this. And then they picked 3 from here, from Chiba, from the Kodokan Cup, to add to the
that
big
was
pick.
Interesting that Nakayo wasn't part of the big guns. He had to do that.
He had to go through the qualification, yeah. And it's turned out as a good guide.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, this is all left to left here. That front leg's going to play a big part in the scoring here. You have a look, because what they're trying to do is catch the right moment to go around the outside of that front leg. And they'll have to catch the right moment. We've seen a couple coming unstuck when they wrap themselves round it, don't climb or don't readjust the back leg fast enough, and they've been counted for a score.
20 years old, Nizoe is. So, at that kind of weight, still pretty young. We're really missing from here. I mean, we say Arai Chizuru is their big gun, but we're missing Tachimoto Haruka, who's the Olympic champion. That would have been great to have seen her, but we really knew that they weren't going to have that kind of fighter here.
Yeah, the Japanese have done the right thing. They're resting their Olympic champions.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything worse than being Olympic champion and then coming here and losing in the first round. I really can't. What a dampener. Well, 2 penalties up to Maeda, 1 to Nizoe. Still think it's going to rest on that front leg. She's piling the pressure on now, Maeda. Oh, that was close. almost walked onto that one.
Where's that left arm? Oh, it's trapped on that side.
Yeah, it's trapped on the side.
She hasn't got a hand on, but
No, it won't
now,
be a
she has.
hand.
Yeah. Yeah. Got caught again. Maeda. Both hands on one side without attacking. Frustration now.
Yeah, it really is a strong left to left, isn't it? And it is frustration. She's trying to come forwards, just being out-gripped that little bit. And you're on about where's that left hand of Nizoe, but Nizoe is just keeping control of that shoulder.
Also pushing
into
into
that.
that.
Yeah. Now.
Yeah. Nothing stupid in the last 4 seconds. Kathy Mouet, the referee, just spotted that, blocking out.
Yeah, she did.
She had the right fist pushed into the midriff of Maeda. A polite finish at the end.
Very polite. I love that. And always respectful, and I think that is the way to go.
2 more contests to come then, Neil. These are the semi-finals in the under 81 kilo category, and the first of them features the current world champion and the number 1 seed here, Nagase Takanori of Japan, faces teammate Haruyama Yuki. It'll be Nagase in the white judogi and Haruyama in blue.
Well, for me it's Nagase, but Haruyama, of course, will have something to prove here. Quite a few missing from this 81 kilo category, I have to say, world-wise. Top Georgians and I think some of the top Russians as well missing, but still a strong field, it always is. Nagase, world champion in white, Haruyama in blue.
I think the Japanese, because of the way that they can manage the volume of players, have done this the right way. They must have, a couple of weeks ago had a really big tournament. Kodokan Cup must have been a really, really nice tournament to go to, knowing that the reward would be that you'd be able to take part in the Tokyo Grand Slam. Now, there are a number of players who were in their A and B team. The A team are not here. That's it. That's for sure. The A team is not here. The B team is here, and those B team players have been able to avoid going last week, come here, and take part. The others really have to fight for it. So this is that matchup, Haruyama and Nagase. This is the lower ranks trying to stick it, to the higher ranks.
Well, look at that as well. There was a man here, Haruyama, and he's really taken it to him. Tried to do a flying movement into the Sangaku. I was kind of partial to that particular movement myself at one stage, and it's something he's not holding back here against Nagase, is he? You're right. He's got nothing to lose here, everything to gain.
Yeah, it's difficult for the ones who've not been parachuted in. I suppose that's okay for that group, because there is a greater weight of expectation on them. The reward for Haruyama and the like is already here. That they've been selected to compete here, and that they've been rewarded. Anything that they do now is bonus.
Yeah, I think it is, and I think. Well, yeah, I was just about to say that it's Nagase that's just dominating the sleeve, and he's the one dominating the grips. Haruyama just picks up a penalty because of it.
So the real plus, and the Japanese coaching staff will be able not only to go back and look at the video footage of this, but they'll also be able to look just at the results on paper. Did you win in Chiba? And did you win in Tokyo. And if you've won both of those, that's pretty much all the questions answered, because you
Yeah.
beat all the Japanese opposition, and not only did you come back, 2 weeks later and head them again, but you also headed foreign opposition in a Grand Slam. So I think that would be a good thing. So for someone like Tonaki Funa, for example,
Yeah.
Kondo is got the back seat now.
I think you're right. It's time for them to establish themselves, both at home and internationally. Oh, look at that change of direction this time from Nagase. Totally dominating the grips here, Nagase, but Harayama is a handful. Well, it's as hard as I've had to see him fight, Nagase.
And just to go back to the lightweights, I mentioned Tanaki Funa, but also Nagayama Ryuju, who we saw yesterday in the under 60 kilo category. Now it's Takata Naohisa who's on the back foot, because he got the pass. I don't have to go to Chiba, but Nagayama took it. He came here, took it as well.
Yeah.
So, the boy's in the driving seat. We'll see him in Paris, for example. You've got to send him there now.
I would have thought so. They're using these events for selection for sure.
We're just speculating. Guesswork on my part.
I mean, we'll have a little word with Kosei Inui just to put our
You will.
team sheets forward.
You do it.
Look at that. 1 minute 27 left and still no score. No really big chances at scoring.
Ronaldo Garcia is the referee in the middle.
Strong Harayama. You can see it. Stream right to right. He's looking for the outside leg there, Nagase.
That right arm's troubled him though, hasn't it? It's really controlled the head and just pulled it down a little bit. Left Haruyama pushing off with that left hand. He looked a little bit defensive there, and now he's going to get the penalty for it. I thought so.
Yeah, it's been close. Other than the two penalties, it's
yeah.
been very close. So was it Harayama that was the winner in Kodokan?
Haruyama was the silver medalist. It was Watanabe who won out there. He's lost out today. Kind of missed his chance. So Nagase could do what was expected of him. Take this, go into the final, take that against Wrestle or Shvanovitsky. He's got to be favourite there.
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to be the most difficult for him. Home soil and
This is the final.
a domestic, yes, for him certainly.
Haruyama, no prisoners taken there. There was that bump of the head. He never even flinched at looking for some kind of acknowledgement of handshake or whatever the case is. He wasn't interested.
So a very close match. Nagase just winning through there. Haruyama receiving 2 Shidos.
It's a hard life. Tough.
Well, we'll see Haruyama again fighting for 3rd place. Be interesting to see him when he can let go on all 4 cylinders. No love lost there, by the looks of it.
Yeah. I don't mean to be too philosophical, but in that contest, that's life.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes. You have a chance, you take it, great. You don't, you will suffer. Haruyama had a sniff there and went begging because it was just too hard a job for him. Couldn't get past Nagase. There are a few things that Nagase brought to the party, and Haruyama couldn't get past them. He couldn't work them out. Right, the second of the semi-finals and our last contest in this first part of the day. Dominik Ressel of Germany faces Damian Szwanowicki of Poland. It's Ressel in the white judogi, Szwanowicki in blue.
Yeah, you wouldn't have written this down at the beginning of the day, would you, as one of the semi-finals? But Ressel fighting well. I think it's going to be a hard old match, this.
I've got two people who wrote this down. Mr. Ressel and Mrs. Szwanowicki.
Absolutely. Oh, look at that. Look at it.
He's not done yet. Couldn't put him onto the scoring part of his body, yeah.
Referee was ready to give a score, but that's why you have to watch the landing. The landing's so important.
Szwanowicki will have had a deep intake of breath there.
Well, it was only one way, wasn't it? It was going upwards.
Not comfortable at the moment, the
Well,
Polish
no,
fighter.
he's not at all, is he? Because he's been dominated. The grips are being dominated, or dominating him, should I say. Ressel doing well with it. One Shido up to Swazanitsky. Stepping outside the area.
I know it's harsh, but he looks clueless. Sorry.
Well, I think he's just having he's not, from a tactical point of view, he's being outplayed a little bit by Ressel.
There's a minute and a half, and there you go, look at that.
Pulls that
Look
one
at
out though,
that.
was Harry with the Kouchi.
Yeah.
He did one of those earlier as well.
He must have had an earpiece in it to stuff you.
What do you think about that,
I'll
Sheldon?
show you, yeah, look. Clueless, look at this. Oh my goodness. I'm still laughing about it.
Yeah, because it was kind of unexpected, wasn't it? You know.
I mean, but he really had. He'd been struggling against him, and then all of a sudden he comes up with thumping technique, and Ressel goes over for Wazari. So it's all turned round now.
He's got the Sangaku on there as well. That just
Ooh.
might go on. That's on. That is absolutely on. He might have to.
He's going to
submit
have to
here.
tap.
He will
He's
have
got
to
the hand
tap.
ready.
Now, is it going to go in? Oh, I'm not so sure.
Yeah,
he
yeah,
tapped out there.
yeah.
Well, did he tap
I think
out
at
for
the end
you?
he was just about to grab the leg. For me, it looked as though he was going to tap until they did that very, very last roll. He was lucky to get away. You know? If he hadn't gone down there first, just on the backside and then rolled onto his back, he was out.
Russell realises that he has a few problems here. We nearly wrapped
We're
up
gone
again.
Yeah. Do you know something? We've got half the contest to come.
Yeah, well, he did this the last time and he just held off Swazanitsky. I think that's his style, really. It just looks as if he's struggling all the way, but just battles his way through it. Well, starting to just drop that little bit. Ressel gets the Shido.
He didn't need that.
Doesn't know what to do with him, Ressel, does he? He really is finding it difficult to cope with the awkwardness of Swazanitsky.
Yeah, I think you're right. There is something. I think it's the unpredictability of Szwanowicki's movements, and that's because he doesn't know what to do with Ressel. You know? So it's not clear. Anyway, he picks up a second penalty. Now, you really didn't need that with a minute 45 left to go. He puts himself in some real trouble here.
Well, he might just get it again. If he gets a third penalty here. And he just might get it
Yeah,
because
she
he
wants
just
to- she
dropped
wants
on
to-
his back.
She wants to think about it.
Yeah, she does. I thought that.
So she doesn't want to give him a third penalty right now. If her colleagues say to her, penalise him, then she says, okay, it wasn't me. You know,
Right.
I got told to do it. She's not going to give it just on her own because she's only just given him a penalty. So that's a good move from clever bit of refereeing. You want to tell me to give it? I'm happy to give it. But I'll call Mate first to do the geese up.
I think Swolzinski
He's
hopes that
he's
she's
gonna-
going to
he's
forget
gonna get
about
away
it.
with it. Yeah, he'll get away with it. You know, there's a degree of unwritten protection that you get when you get a good score on the board. He just got that. Get that hand off. And that hand over on one side. Still a minute 20. Neither fighter really settled and fluent. Wrestle had to go quickly then. Yes, he's got him.
Going to be, yeah.
Now we find out about the penalties. That second penalty there, that's what he's gonna pay for it.
Wow, Sodoma Kikomi there from Wrestle and takes him over, equals it all up.
Yeah, but he's at a disadvantage here, Shvanovitsky, because he's picked up a second penalty. Wrestle has only got the one, and Wrestle hasn't looked as though he's in danger of losing power. I think it would be a tragedy if they give this as a Yuko. That's Wazari. Rolled him onto his
Well,
back.
I thought he rolled onto his back as well.
I think that was a good score. She gave Wazari, I think it's worth it. Ippon, even bigger.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised that they gave the Ippon. I thought Wazari was a good score. Wrestle doesn't care, you know. he was happy just to get in the lead here. But now let's have a look at it. Oh, I
Because of
see.
the head.
The head, yeah. That was what it was. I was saying, I'm surprised they've given Ippon for it, where it was on the head. But, does he go on his head?
Well, he's,
Let's see if he tries
this
to
is your grey
shake.
area, isn't
Yes.
it?
Every time you see the legs go like that, the legs can't bend unless you give some movement from your head. That's what makes your legs bend. You bend in the back, the legs bend.
Yeah, it's the
And-
grey area again, but it's the purposeful,
It's a reaction.
reaction to it.
Anyone's going to do it. But what they're saying is, we have to try to stop it. See, he's trying to get off that. At that point, it's a natural reaction to try and get off it. He's on his head, and the only way to do it is to bend and put pressure on the neck.
On
and that's what they're
Sokomaki or Ippon?
trying-
Well, it's nothing about that is Ippon. It's
oh,
got to be
sorry,
on Sokomaki.
sorry.
Yeah.
How do we record that? We can't record it as Ippon. It's not
No,
an Ippon. He
no.
doesn't get
I
thrown
think-
for Ippon.
As well, that's one of the things
Yeah.
being reviewed.
It would
I can tell you.
it would be far. You see, I know what they're trying to do, and we're both here as employees of the IGF and everything. But let's be really honest. The proper recording of that would be as Han Sokumake, because that's what they've told her to do.
Yeah.
Don't give Wazari for the score. Give Ippon because it's a bridge. They're not really telling her that's Ippon. They're telling her it's Han Sokumake. Okay, well, call it. Cancel the Wazari and say, we know you don't have to cancel the Wazari because you gave Wazari.
You've already
But
given the Wazari.
Right, now give Han Sokumake for bridging. What a shocker, though. Dominic Wrestle in the final, and he faces the world champion Nagase Takanori.
Should be a good one.
I think it will. He's a brave enough boy. I'm just wondering if that awkwardness and difficulty that Damian Shvanovitsky found is going to be enough to unsettle Nagase. And Nagase looks like an experienced fighter who will have seen that kind of thing before. Maybe Shvanovitsky found it difficult, and the pair of them, because they were both slightly awkward, gave one another some problems. I don't see Wrestle giving Nagase the same kind of
I
trouble.
don't think so. I think Nagase for me. But the other four categories, the other three categories, what do you think?
Arai looks,
She looks
good to me.
absolutely.
In 70, Catherine Unterwärtsacker was my pick anyway. After Tina Tursteniak, with Tina Tursteniak falling, then I was going to go straight to Catherine Unterwärtsacker because that weight category is one where the Japanese just blew out for the whole of that last cycle. That was, you know, and it was the 4 Europeans on the podium in Rio. So I'm going to go from Tersteniak to Unterwärtssache, and it's perfectly possible that we will see Unterwärtssache on the podium with Tina Tersteniak. It just won't be in the order in which some people thought.
Hashimoto Doi, all Japanese and too unexpected, really, out
Well,
there.
I would have said that if Doi Takeshi made it to the final, I would eat my hat. I'm so lucky I don't wear a hat. But Hashimoto, to me, has just got that little bit more than Doi Takeshi has shown, except in that semi-final where he threw beautifully. It was a nice technique, and we hadn't seen anything like that from him before. It was all struggles, golden score hair, and he shaded one hair and that sort of stuff. But hey, he came up with the business in the end. We've already mentioned Arai Shizuru. Did we do the and the 81s we haven't got up there because that's
we've already done that.
Further down. We're Nagase. We spoke
Nagase.
about it. The only thing we haven't done is lunch, which we're about to do now. So join us again after the break.
Yep.
We
For
look
some
forward to your
great
company.
finals, some great medal matches.
Remember, it's 4 o'clock. The final block starts at 4 o'clock. We normally begin at 5, but it will be 4 o'clock, and it is 2:45 here, so even if you don't worry, not sure about the time, it's 1 hour and 15 minutes. Neil and I are out of here. See ya.
See you later.